I think today is going to be a shorter stream compared to usual, even though the past 3 streams have been pretty short. Things have been not as good as expected, so we'll see what we can do with that. But nonetheless, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope your weekend was good. It is Monday. We have some good news, I guess, uh, which is like news nonetheless, so that's something. And we have some not so good news. We'll see when that is um, fixed. I have doubts. I have a lot of doubts on the ability to fix this, but we'll see. Um, yeah, that's wild. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can do that. We'll see. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. But yeah, hope you're good. That's the that's the most important thing. We have some news when it comes to. I'm gonna go there right away. It's gonna be fast. We have some good news when it comes to this. We have 60 something users so far, which is pretty appreciated. The latest addition has been Cybersect. Welcome on in. Latest addition has been the clock widget card thingy. So now you have the ability to get like a neat clock wherever with different time zone. It's very simple. It's working. That's all that I wanted to have. It has multiple variations. This is broken, but I don't know exactly why that's the case. So you have one variation that doesn't have the ticks. So it's more of a minimalistic thing. I call it like rectangular because it looks fine when it's this way. Like it's okay. It's the same thing. Whereas here it doesn't really work. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the addition to a digital version of said clock. So it's just very simple, very basic, same thing, really well working when it's here, fine when it's there. But because, and also obviously when I'm doing this, this is always broken. Hugo, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So here we now have as well the retro slash LED things. Kodo, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? It's the alternative that I'm building. Yes, right there. If you want the link. I'm not great, but I'll probably live for once. It's gonna be fine. No, not feeling better. That's the issue. I've been sick for a fat-ass week, apparently. Um, and I think it is because of the cakes from last week. So that's really sad. And then the last one is the flip clock. So it's like a very massive flips. It does flip properly. It has some issues when it comes to the animation on end, if that makes any sense. Basically, when the top section is falling down, there is a bit of a shadow that is casted right here. And because of how the thing is working, the highlight is still visible at the bottom. We're gonna see that in like 20 seconds. And I don't really know how I can fix this. So I've been trying to figure that out for the past few days. Still doesn't really work. And then it's a bit of a duplicate of one of the code pen that I found. So I want to change the design. But that's the animation. So you could see how there is like a bit of a glitch thing. It's okay because if you have ever used one of these flip clocks, you know how the top part is gonna fall and then slot in place, which is basically what's happening. But still, that kind of glitch animation is pissing me off, so we'll see how that happens. But making sure that it worked in vertical, horizontal, and massive version was pretty important and interesting to have. So that's basically where we are. So far, it's pretty good. I do like the circular one, so we'll see what we can do with it. But yeah. So that's the I would say that's the latest one. We have some things that are a bit of an issue right here, but you obviously can't see that in dark mode, which is appreciated. The thing is, in light mode, you have a bit of an issue with the shadow because these things are contained inside of the menu. Like it is a menu with different styling for every entry, every row. It's kind of broken. I don't like it. So I'll just need to figure out how to get rid of the shadows themselves. That's the thing for here, and that's gonna be fine. It's gonna be perfectly aligned and so on. We may have some issues with the bottom section here, but we'll see that when I figure that out. But yeah, no, nonetheless, that's the latest version. Same thing here. The flip clock is working in light mode with a bit of a grayish thing, but the animation issue is still the same with the thing slotting down with a bit of a delay, and I will figure it out at some point, but for now I haven't, so we'll see when that happens. This one also has been updated a tad to have a proper carousel visualization, so you can have your images. That's the main point. The thing is, I added ensured that there was a rotation entirely, so you can cycle through as much as you want. It's always going to be fine. So we like that. That's an easy thing, easy fix, but it does the work. It does the job, so we do like it. But no, other than that, nothing really, no real changes so far. Some performance enhancements for sure. Some changes when it comes to the landing page for the design of some of the colors. Basically, the color that we had right here was not exactly the right one or the one that we need to have. So I changed that. And I changed this as well. We talked about that and we did that last week. Instead of having to load the font, because that was the case, I decided to export these things as SVGs, and therefore these are now not a font that is loaded. So that's pretty useful. Other than that, I don't think, yeah, nothing else. Everything is basically the same. So that's where we are. So far, pretty good. So far, pretty good. But yeah, 60 something as of today, 64 as of midnight today. So that's a start. Still not good, but that's a start. But yeah, that is the news. The other news that is pretty important and pretty significant, I would say, is going to be right here. That is not what I asked. That is not what I asked in the slightest. I've been working on these a bit. It's been a while since I haven't, so bringing this back a bit in the rotation of the tools that I'm working on. Specifically, Stony has been asking for this tool for the past 2.5 years, I guess. So it's just a very simple version of the MOM icons, which are, I'll have the link, which are right here, but in a website format, so that you can just look for something, click, and then have the name of the icon copy pasted automatically, so that if you're a dev, you can simply just choose the one that you have, get it in your code with no issues. So that's pretty useful. Having some tools to make things bigger, smaller, different styles, different representations, that's pretty useful. Some of them, like here, I know why they are broken. That's because the output is still a line. So when I'm exporting things in Figma or from Figma, these things in Solid are not exactly the same. You can kind of see that when I switch from, like this is the Solid version, things are shorter. And then here they are a bit tighter overall. Yeah, the Google link account, Google creation of an account is kind of broken. So you either need to create your account with email and password, or I don't know. I've been trying to figure out why Google was not allowing you to do so. Haven't found the reason yet. So it's been kind of broken for the past few days, and I might simply have to disable it for the time being so that people don't complain about it. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. I can't do anything about it. The whole system is just broken, so that's just yeah, it's annoying. I know. The most annoying part is the fact that it does work in dev mode. So in production, it's fine. Like it's broken. And in dev, if I have the sign in, sign up things here and I click on it, it's gonna basically do the same thing. Like what it does for you specifically is you say, get started, continue with Google, and then right now it's going to refresh the page, which is as if you started, but it didn't go through. So you're going to do that again and again and again and again until it works. But that's like, there's something that is just like not working, and that's on Clerk's side, and I can't really figure it out. So you need to go through the manual entry, and I don't know why. And it's so sad. It's been like this. Weirdly enough, it's been like this since the beginning. So if I start, like, if I log in with Google from here, it's fine, but it's because I already have an account. If you don't, then you basically can't. It makes no sense. Ty, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So that's the news. We have most of the things pretty organized, pretty well done as well. There are some changes that needs to happen. Like for example, here, the always make a mistake. The text card, for example, are preloading and loading the fonts by default, so that you have them and they are accessible and so on, which is your goal to get like the quote version and such for these cards. What? That is a loading of fonts that is not necessary, and so I think I need to implement the same system that I have for this one. So this one is using a very specific font for the condensed numbers. And so that is loaded only if the user has loaded that specific card for their profile. Otherwise, it's not loaded. So that's the thing that I need to do here as well. If you don't have a text card yet, there is no need to preload the fonts. And then if you add one, then yes, we will preload the font every time. But yeah. You won the tug of war tournament. Congrats. Yeah. That's nice. That is neat. So yes, I would say that's the current state of things for all of that. I'm pretty happy with the clock. I feel like there is more clock design that needs to be implemented. I was looking at some Pinterest references, Shit like this could be interesting, but that's basically the flip clock, so that there is no real like changes from this point of view. Like it's the same as usual. The only thing that I could potentially do is something like this one, which is like a very much side by side, so that you would have the flips condensed on one side and then the location on this side. But most of the thing that I'm finding is going to work in that mode, but that's it. It doesn't work here, obviously doesn't work there, and wouldn't necessarily change here. So there are some potentials for the alignment here and there, but like that's a detail we'll see when that happens. Overall, that is kind of new, and that's also something that I need to finish, so that you get the proper output, the proper things, and specifically making sure that like the solid icons are giving you the exact thing that you're looking for. So that means on my end here, if I get my arrows, you can see how the solid icons right there are a bit fatter, but because they are still lines, then we end up with something that is not really what we are looking for. So I need to either outline these icons or figure out another way to get them to work. I don't know exactly what I can do. I don't know if it could work if I just outline them in a kind of like this kind of way, which, you know, not necessarily the easiest or the best option, but it kind of works if you take both of these and then you say you want the intersection. Now I have something that is officially outlined, but not necessarily just outlined. Know what I mean? So that's an option. It's not the best option, but it's an easy option for me to just go through and cycle through things while giving me, or while still giving me the ability to just switch things here and there. So it retain the line sizes. So that's the thing that I kind of like, but we'll see. Nonetheless, that is where we are so far on this thing. There is a ton of things, ton of icons that don't have like a very good solid version because you don't really have a choice. And then there is a ton of things as well in terms of the arrangements that are not necessarily good. So this is where we are. But we have the search. So if you search for something, you can find it pretty easily. Can get the outputs, can get the sizes of things to see exactly how it's gonna look as the outside. So that's overall pretty nice. I like the light mode. I know, but I kind of like the light mode here because it's a bit of a not white background, and you have the neat dotted grid, which is visible as well in dark mode, where it's just like not as visible. So, but like it's fun, you know. That's the thing. We'll see. There are still things that needs to be changed, but that is where we are. So yeah, that's the new project, old project. This is from here, so it's been. When did we start this? It's been 2 years. Yeah, it's been 2 years. So all of that, I think the design that I have here needs to be ported to what I've done there as well to make sure that things are aligned and on purpose, coherent, and so on. But that's something that will come in a bit later. I just want to have like the view that works. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Also, why are you still... That's crazy. That shouldn't exist. That's still running in the background. That shouldn't exist. Um, uh, where? Which comment? Where did you put where did you put a comment? I did about tug of war and the fact that tomorrow you have the first year versus second year. I did. Um, I said congrats on that. Um, a way to sort them, a way to the folders like it now, but have section per folder, maybe. I don't know. That's gonna be kind of bad. I'm gonna send that in hopes that this bitch is gonna stop working and that we can just focus on this. But I have doubts. I have a lot of doubts. Uh, yeah, I think section header is gonna be the easiest here to make sure that the thing is working. But I fear. One of the reasons why I'm fearing this is because of how it's looking. Like the adult one is stopping here. So you would have like two that are not part of the group that needs to go underneath. So that's a thing that I don't really know how that would work, why that would work, and so on. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, that's shit. See, that's just so bad. That's not what we're asking. That's better. 25, 24, 9 appliances, 90 euros. That makes a lot of sense. I do like this as a split. I'm still thinking that it would be easier if we had a bit of a sidebar, something to organize the content, maybe, probably have all of the controls on the sidebar and then a quick access to the sections. That might be easier, but yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Might work. Might work. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So that's working. One of the things that we haven't really done was the probable switch right there, ensuring that there is enough contrast ratio in between the two, so then when you're switching color scheme, it's still working. So that's a starting point as well. But yeah. Other than that, for the people that are interested in the Pan app for Android, there's been a bit of a change, not really done with it yet, but and I can't really show you what it is, as in sharing my screen, which is kind of sad. But there is a better animation when it comes to the dictionary page, where the whole content is loaded by default rather than what we had before. So that's really good. The rest is working. We have some of the better features that I talked about last week of having the handwritten fonts used. So that's in there as well, meaning that you have the ability to see things handwritten. That's cool. And yeah, we'll see when I release this one. It's gonna be pretty soon, I think. I was expecting today or tomorrow, so that's what I'm calling pretty soon. People can have access to this. That, as I said, that includes the five the 5 new dictionaries, 4 new dictionaries that we have on iOS that we didn't have on Android, and the better quiz questions, better dictionary page, and better overall handwritten fonts. So that's good thing. That is good thing. Other than that, nothing new. We have something when it comes to this thing which I didn't plug in. That's my bad. That's my bad. When it comes to this, we have a bit of a better presentation in the skip button. So I talked about that last week. We had something that was not really good. Now, if you are like inside of perfume itself, we have the test button, which is the main thing, or the wear button, depending on what perfume is. And then next to it, there is the moon with the ZZZ on the edge to put the perfume to rest for a while. So if you are on a regular perfume like here, you have the ability to just put it to rest, and it's gonna put it to rest for roughly 15 to 60 days. It's a viable thing. And then if you are in something like a perfume that you own, you have the 3 buttons, which I'm not a fan of because of how segmented things look now. So we'll see if I change stuff, specifically the review status. I feel like that's not necessarily a good idea, but we'll see. And then lastly, the not for me perfumes, the one that you have marked on your own as something that you don't like right now, you can give it another go or put it to rest right there. And so what it means is it will basically reset the not for me timer, which I know makes no sense when you don't know what I'm talking about, but that's basically what it is. So the not for me is a 150 days suppression from the recommendation system, and so when you are adding the thing to the rest queue, you basically reset your not for me perfume timer to 0, so that it goes back into 60 days. Absolutely never recommending this perfume again. So that's a good thing. I think it's going to be useful. I still haven't figured out how to ensure that if you are marking a perfume as resting and it was recommended in here, it's getting out and then pushed back to the recommendation, like is recalculated for the recommendation system. So I don't know exactly how to do that just yet, so we'll see. But yeah, and when you are wearing a perfume, obviously the resting button doesn't exist because it makes absolutely no sense. So that's where we are. You got the video of you winning the game. Congrats. That's gonna go in the memory pile for everything, which makes sense. So that's new. That's pretty nice. Overall, it's working. I still think there are some changes to be made before I can send that to everyone. If you look closely, the perfume that is in center, um, in that row specifically, exactly, it has a bit of a small blue icon next to it, which, you know what, I'm gonna do that because it's gonna be easier for you to see, um, which is the currently resting like icon. So right now, this one is in the resting phase, and I can pull it out of the resting phase if I want to, but it will come back in like 5 weeks ish. But for now, I don't really know, so I'm just like as an outside thing. I still don't think this is the right ID. I like the favorite, but I also think that it's not exactly what I need to have. And same thing here, like that needs to change. It's okay in most situations, but it's not okay here, for example. So that's something that needs to be changed in order to make things make more sense and be more understandable. So that's a for later situation. We'll see. It's gonna be fine, but that's where we are. So yeah, some news. Some news. Going back to the question, Hugo, for how am I and why I'm not that good. I don't know exactly what it is, but I have the pain in the heart department, liver department, that is not really good. So that's the first thing. Um, and then I don't know how, but like food related stuff might be also impacted. So going back to the cakes, that might be an issue as well. The cakes might have had a bit of an impact on the amount of sugar that I had in a small period of time. But that happens when it comes to the blood test that I've done last week. Everything is fine, which is annoying. I hate when my medical tests shows that everything is in order, specifically when something doesn't or isn't going well. I wish the blood test and the test and the doctors and the thing would be like, well, yeah, you have this, or you are missing something, you're lacking in vitamin C or something. I don't know, but no, every time it's just everything is okay. Nothing to say. You're in full health, which is not the case. So that pissed me off, and I wish I could figure it out, but like for now, I can't. So that's also one of the reasons why today's stream is probably going to be a bit shorter than usual. I'm guessing 3 hours. I'll see if I can do 4, but it depends on the questions and the things and the usual. So we will see. Nonetheless, that's a pretty simple system to have, like the folders and so on. I have a feeling if we go into huge icon as a reference, that is basically what I have in mind for how to showcase things. But yeah, I don't I don't really know. That's also like such a weird thing. The fact that this is in the pro icon, but I can still like kind of download it, but also kind of download the entire thing if I wanted to by while checking the SVG, because the SVG is right there. So that makes absolutely no sense to me. But you know, it happens. So yeah, so there is this thing that I'm thinking would be a probable potential better option for presenting the folders, and I feel like that's something that would be easier. The styles at the top makes a lot of sense. The sidebar would help for sure. I I think we could. I think we could do that as an option. Now we want the folders to be acting as anchors. And sidebar, provide a sidebar with the categories as links. I'm gonna say sidebar on the left, even though that's probably gonna be what Cursor and Claude are thinking about from the default thinking, but yeah, we'll see. We will see. We will see. But yeah, how was your weekend, by the way? Other than the tug of war win. What happened? What did you do? They're really like these two things where having a sidebar with the entirety of the header plus the categories things could be really useful, like a side-by-side situation. But yeah, applying bandages? Why? Why? Well, that's broken. Ah, yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense now. Yeah. Yes, that is true. That is true. That's working. I'm pretty fine with that. I'm pretty fine with that. I'm not gonna lie. That's an okay thing. 24 is gonna be fine. 16 is gonna be fine. Things that are like small amount is okay. It's still not good. It's still pissing me off. There's still things in there that just don't work in terms of how it's showcased. And I'm also expecting this to not work when it comes to that format, like mobile version of this. So yeah, that's bad. I'm a mess, so maybe it's me. I don't know. If you're against the second year, you will be fine. Something that you need to remind yourself, maybe, I don't know, is the year of the people that you are competing with doesn't mean anything. It just means that you are competing with second years. That's it. You may have second years that haven't like practiced and done anything, and therefore, you know, um, not be as good as you. You never know. You never know. So there is an issue with the alignments here, that's for sure. I think the mobile version needs to change. The fact that the mobile version of this doesn't really have the sidebar is an okay definition. I still think it would be a good idea to have said sidebar, but also I get it. I think what would make the most sense here is going to be the alignment of everything. Also, that corner radius is wrong. But yeah, like that choice is kind of bad. So I feel like on mobile we need to have style expanded full width, probably simplifying things in terms of selector. So that stroke could be just a drop down section. That thing could be a drop down as well. And that size could be a drop down as well. So that's the thing. I don't know if the video would make anything to me. Not really a sports person, so I wouldn't know if it's a good video or bad video. Like, you win, but did you win because something else failed? Did you win because you were good? I can't tell. So I don't mind you sharing the video, but it's just like, what do you want me to do with it? So let's do that. Oh no. Oh no, what happened? That's crazy. In the mobile version, I guess, we need to change the controls at the top in order to ensure that they are UX friendly, I guess. I'm thinking about replacing most with selector / drop down. So style, size, and stroke. Could be drop downs, maybe on the same row, I guess. Potentially, maybe, it depends. It's just like the titles. If we need the title, that's going to be kind of hard. And then theme should be at the top level. Top right corner or something. I guess. And lastly, the color selector. I don't know. I don't know how to put it in mobile. Maybe you can remove it. Maybe it's not necessary. Maybe it's fine. Like, it's working okay when we are here. Why do you want me to switch in plan mode? That makes no sense. But why not? Sidebar is fine. There's still things that pisses me off here, and I don't know what it is or how I can fix that. So Yeah. Okay, pick on mobile. Which placements do you prefer next to the theme toggles? Not really. In the same row as the other drop downs, maybe, but you can't because you're gonna have not enough space. Into the search bar, no. Maybe next to the search bar, but like, that's not gonna be good. For theme toggle and mobile, you said top right corner, do you mean literally in the page header? Yes. That's what I meant. Which is kind of weird to do specifically just for mobile, to be honest. Not gonna lie, this is like a viable thing. I don't know. We will see. One of the other thing that I thought about as well for this was, in order to get like my folders and my icons, it's going through and passing the resource folder inside of the root folders, so that's just a one-time thing. But then if one day I decided to add like another style of icons, I would need to recompute the entire thing again. When, technically speaking, if it was just passing for base folders, it should work. But we'll see. We will see. Yeah. I fear that the row 1 doesn't have enough space for all of that, but we'll change and check if that makes sense. But it's basically just changing the navigation, the controls for mobile. So we'll see if that's an okay thing when it comes to this. Because I don't know. Right now, I don't know. Also, one of the things that I had in the first place on this thing was fully fleshed out Vite React environment with the dev server and so on, and it made absolutely no sense. So now I decided to move on to something that is a bit more stable, as in plain HTML and CSS for everything, so that it's simpler and easier to manage, which I think is fine. But yeah, that's shit. That's shit. That's what I was hoping would not happen. Oh my god. I think I know why that happens. I think one of them is the desktop version, and the second one is the mobile version, and it's just both of them are displayed right now. But once that's done, we're gonna display one or the other with the proper alignments. I doubt. I doubt this is a good idea. The fact that my brain is not working today, the fact that I've been tired all week, last week, and all weekend, and I haven't recovered for a split second, and now try to think about stuff to build properly, that is a lot of work for no reason. Yeah. It's working, but it's also like not best. Also, that push the content on the side, that makes absolutely no sense. No sense whatsoever. And that was not supposed to go there. Yeah. We'll see. I feel like lately being like very much not so long ago, in the past months, the LLM assisted coding has been going down in terms of performance, even though the models are going up, the quality of the outputs is going down because of the amount of non-straightforward thinking that needs to happen. So I think we had a bit of a chat about that last month. But it's really, to me, it's a lot stronger now, where these models have the thinking mode and reflection and all of that is going in the way of the build. Like if they didn't think, it would be much faster to simply get the output without having to go through the whole thinking system. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. That shift is so wrong, and these things are so wrong as well. I'm guessing if I remove that badge, it will help for the alignments. But yeah, that's a small addition. I think that's gonna be somewhere around here. And then if I remove that, we good. If I remove that, we are pretty good, because no mobile phone is like here. That's not a thing. So we should be fine to have like all of that. These might be the only thing that pisses me off, but that's okay. And the fact that this is sticky with this on top is not gonna work. So I don't know how that's gonna... Yeah, that's fine, but it's not great. Yeah, so that's never gonna happen. So what happened if I do that? That happens. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That was wrong. I clicked on gesture, and that sent me somewhere else. Yeah, that was wild. Not supposed to happen. I'm guessing this is most likely something that is... Yeah, that's not what I asked. Something's weird happening with that sidebar thing since I changed the navigation. So in order for me to not do that, I'm just gonna go back to here before we change anything, because that's really bad. That's really bad. I'm tempted to do that, which is really bad. So right now my head is saying, well, the first relationship, the first output that was there was okay, but not great. So I want to force the model to think on itself without me giving it any directions, and hope for the best and see what happens by just mentioning this is what we should do. Like we need to change something about this, and I'm letting you as the model decide for yourself and figure out what is the best option. So I think that's gonna be the probable potential thing. If that doesn't work either, which is probably going to be the case, I feel like for me to get something out of it that is good, I am probably going to create something like this instead. So right now we have this pattern where my grid is around here, and then above that we have our hero section, which technically we have that. So we have our controls that are right here. I'm gonna put them in red. We have our hero section that is not a sticky thing, so that is sticky when it reaches the points, and that's the sidebar on desktop, and which just has the folders names. So what I'm proposing probably is going to be do that instead, where this is going to be a bit wider, the controls are going to be a bit taller and on the side, and then the header hero section is going to be above that, and our icons are going to be a full height situation. So that control is going to be a sticky element that can be scrolled, and then you just get sticky at the top, and then that is going to be the folder list so that it's easier, which means that on mobile the only thing that needs to happen is that the folder list goes the fuck away and gets replaced by the icon list. That's gonna be the easiest transition probably right there. So we'll see what happened here. This didn't change, that changed. Interesting. Was not expecting this to happen. See, that's what I said. Sometimes if I don't say anything, it is better as an output. It provides everything that I need. Size, stroke, and color are here now in the settings, and we still have the options to change themes directly. I feel like the search could be for width, but that's an okay thing. If I do that here, it really splitted the two, which is okay. Not against it. Yeah, and welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Also, I need that right there. Why is it not? It's wild. Still. Better on mobile. I feel like the controls could be drop downs, selectors instead. In order to provide easy access. I guess easy access, easy control could be what I say right there. What was the last thing you were working on, Jan? I forgot. You were on the images situation and rendering. And then I forgot. My brain went on vacation and still hasn't come back. So yeah, I don't know. That's okay. Something is still bothering the fuck out of me. I feel like it might be the simple fact that the search isn't a full width thing. So I might simply do that. Many reasons. you have clients, that's already something. Ah, no, that looks like shit. I hate when it does that. But I get it. I get it. Also, that's my fault on this one. By going back to the system of saying, well, I want this thing to be purely HTML and CSS instead of being like JavaScript and injected content. Therefore, I will need to have version 4, the regular thing, and version for the mobile, and that's the rendering, that's the issue. But like going back to what I was saying a second ago, yeah, no, that's shit. Stop. Sorry. That's like no. Select inside of the settings button instead. Yeah, that probably gonna work. I don't know. I doubt it. Oh my god. I'm not in the greatest shapes, so that happens. What are the problems with the clients, customers, things? If you can disclose that, if you can't, I get it. If you can, would love to know. Maybe I can help, as always. I don't like it. Sure. Mm-hmm. I see. Well, technically, no. Also, I feel like, I mean, the fuck counter is working, but the technically counter isn't. That's was bad. Yeah. That's bad, but fine. I doubt. Oh yeah, that's shit. All right, cool. I'm gonna be there. Yeah. I mean, single key keyboard could be accepted, and I get it. The fact that you have single key that basically are typing full exploit and code that exist makes off sense for like not allowing it. So I understand both sides. But some people have like needs for specific keyboards, and therefore I don't get it. All dang. Oh my god. Oh. Like I specifically said, we want this thing to be HTML and CSS, not nothing else. But yeah, it's still, that's so bad. And that's never gonna be a good thing for, if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 drops, 8 stops. I feel like getting that as a basic drop down would be much better. Same thing for the stroke, and then the color can be a bit different, but yeah. Also, the fucking divider at the top makes absolutely no sense. I know why it's there, but goddamn. We'll see. Maybe that works. The search to always fill the available content. Space. Space. Because that will... I mean, the goal here is to make sure that this thing is filling up to the edge. And then here, that this is pushed next to the other side so that it just grows. But I don't know. Because of the wrapping and the reorder, I don't really know when that happens. See, if that's all it took, I wish I knew. I wish I knew my CSS and my specific like Tailwind stuff right there to get this to work. Because goddamn, that's so much easier. Yeah, that's neat. That's less neat, but that's neat still. Yeah. All right, cool. That's working. I'm fine with that. That's less cool, specifically because when you do that, you get the reset on top of it, which is okay. And then, all right, it's a bit down. It's a bit very low, not linked to things. But I guess I understand why that happens, mainly because this is supposed to be underneath the selector, and the selector here is the entire thing. So that's the reason. You know, whatever. Whatever. Consistency-wise, in between the mobile and the desktop, if on desktop we have style followed by theme followed by search, we should probably have style followed by theme followed by search or settings. So I guess we could switch these two to get settings and themes next to each other. So that would be a better option on the other way around. And it makes sure that this menu doesn't have the fucking dividers inside of it, because it makes no sense. So let's keep that. So, we need to reorder the buttons in mobile only with style with the right order. Style, theme, settings. Just gonna say that for now. One thing at a time is gonna be fun. One of the things that is kind of fun as well, not that it matters or is anything, every time the page is reloaded, the fav icon is gonna change with a random icon from the set. So sometimes a bit offensive. Most times it's fine. I don't know why I did that, but I did that. It's a simple thing. So theme settings, we good. Let's keep that in the settings model. Slash popover. You know, we want to remove the top divider and make the icon size slider. I was about to say a drop down, but I feel like that's gonna break things. So I don't know. And if I change that, it's gonna be like one of these duplicates component things. So I should have said and place it properly, because right now that's not the case. I'm gonna need to take a screenshot of that. I'm gonna wait. For once, I am gonna wait. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. The divider at the top, we're good with that. Which we don't need that, but yeah. TBD, welcome on in.
TBD
Thanks
Gamer
for the
raided
raid.
my stream with 14 viewers.
I hope you're good. I hope your stream was good. As always, if you don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. I'm extremely tired today, so my mood and energy is at the lowest. But if you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, I'm here to help. And as always, if you need to raid and run, please do that. If you need to raid and stay, appreciate that. Walk on in. We are currently working on something called the Mom UI Kit icon website. So we have the UI Kit website already existing, which is that link in the chat. I'm currently working on a version for devs specifically that needs to get access to the icon code way faster. So right now everything is on a Figma file, which is absolutely not practical for the devs. So providing something that is a bit better looking and a bit easier for them to just go in there and say, oh, I need a butt plug as an icon, click on it, get the name of the icon directly, copy paste it in the clipboard, and be able to just paste that inside of their code. That's the thing. So yeah, and yes, a lot of people are needing these icons for sure, for sure. I'm currently working on that. But yeah, Chico, I got it. I'm one of the
Lucasoft is now following.
I would say only designer that has included the entirety of the adult related icons for the sake of having them, because we never know when we need a vibrating mic or banana or other things. You know, we never know. We never know. It is. It's yeah. Look. Both work. Both work. And right now I'm trying to place things properly, but obviously because I don't know shit, I don't know how to code. I'm using cursor for that. To place it closer to the button that triggers it. you know, yeah. Um, I get it. Yeah. Have a good work day, work time, work things, and take care of yourself, TBD. Thanks a lot for the raid again. I appreciate it, even though I'm delayed in that answer. But yeah, it's a small. I mean, it's a small icon pack. Just roughly 6,000 icons in total. So, you know, small thing. Small thing. Is this gonna work? No, it doesn't. That's bad. Not really. Um, Not really, and we usually don't have like. Also, I can't really search that. Um, there are some, but they are not necessarily like the most detailed things. I know that I've seen some of them in the past, but it's like very, very limited, and most of them are just like PG-13 sex related. So like that makes sense. These ones make sense. They are very similar to what I currently have. Like I could have one of these ones. But you know, we don't. Yeah, most of them don't really have anything. So I do kind of agree. It's an opportunity, but then again, I only have 25 icons related to the sex things, but because they are at the top, it's the first thing you see. Yeah, that's never gonna be the placement that we need. That's not gonna work. That placement's good. That placement's good. Cool. Is it still working? Still working. Nice. Let's save that. I think and that's also something that pisses me off. I think the reason why we are not having this in white instead of the black for the text here is because the coral/orange color that we have in the background isn't contrast ratio good enough to go through. So I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, the biggest one that I have is the My Icon or My Icons icon pack, and they don't really have anything adult related. Like we don't have anything specific in there, and they are hiding things. They do have 15,000 icons, so I like them for that. But then again, you know, they could have a bit of a something. Bit of a something in there. Same thing for the huge icon, which have like 46,000 icons. Still. Nothing. Nothing really. And then a lot of I'm gonna rant for a second. The people that are behind this have such a bad construct all the time. I wish they had like a direct Something is broken. Hugo, that might be not a you thing then. That might be an everyone thing right now. That's broken. That's crazy. Everything is broken. Twitter is down. That's what I would say. That's some ass right there. Well, I shouldn't have clicked the plus. I wish we had, like, that person specifically is doing the creation of, and when you look at, I hate this, and that's the rant for the second. I hate these videos because what they are showing is how to not create an icon properly. And it seems, and it looks good, and a lot of people are like, well, yeah, that's how you do it, and so on. But when you pay attention to how to build
Mars06
stuff,
is now following.
it's just so bad. Mars, thanks a lot for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? It's the regular things, but I'm guessing you're coming from the raid. But we never know. We never know. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't. Bitch, you take so long. There is one specifically that I've talked about before, and we've seen them. And I wish they were like more accessible and easier to find right here. But that, for example, that's the same issue that I have. So when you look at the output that they are about to create right here, they are basically creating the icon elements by elements, and it's really bad. So right here, they decided to create their icon properly. They changed the size, they add the corner radius and so on, which so far so good. But then they decide to do the feet or the handle. I forgot which one they are. I think this is the handle feet situation. And that's a secondary element. They are creating like a secondary thing that will be reusing everything from, you know, the same settings that they already had, which means that if they just linked the two together, they would have been good. But then they are creating again every single thing one by one, meaning that when you are going, let me look for the, I guess, trophy on this one. So the initial trophy icon, which is this one, that's the one that they are currently creating. If I am like using the stroked SVG as a copy here, I should be able to just copy that, but that's fine. You know what? Let me just be me and do that instead. It's going to be faster. Then, as you can see here, is the bucket, the left handle, the right handle, and the feet. And these are 3 or 4 specifically, 4 very distinct elements. Meaning that if for some reason I had, let's say, another one of these icons with somehow a line in the center as something else, as a reference or whatever, you know, it has a bit of a different angle. And these two were, for some reason, you know, some reason, no reason in particular, components. That's going to be really bad because I'm on the very specific file, but whatever. Let's call that cup with the L in the center, and this one just being cup without the fucking A. And then I'm gonna read that message because I read it twice and didn't change anything. Anyways, if I'm here and I decide to say this icon is supposed to not be white, it's supposed to be red, we're good. Everything is fine. From here, if I say, you know what, I need to use the other one, the one with the L, there's a thing that is kind of white in the center. Why is that? Why is it not turning colors? Well, the reason for this is this one has 4 layers and this one has 5 layers. The 5 layers here is not the same count as the number implies. The 4 layers that are the same, because they have the same name, it's working, and therefore the recoloration is fine. But the one that they don't know what it is, Figma has a very hard time to do that. So if you wanted to make sure that everything was always working together, you basically want to ensure that all of your lines and things are properly unionized together so that when you are like in a union right here and you're then changing the color of something right there, if I change for another element, because they both inside have a name union and name union, then Figma recognizes that it's the same color. And simply with that very easy thing to understand, huge icon is broken 99% of the time because it's never going to go through in terms of recoloration and changing of styles. If one of my layers was slimmer here or there, then it wouldn't go through. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Nonetheless, other than that, they are pretty good. Task tracking add-on older than which is ERP. I see. Well, good luck with the task tracking. How does it work? Is it something that is like as easy as what are the processes that are currently working and what is the process in the front? This is mostly like a desktop option. If you track processes, if it's like on desktop, on browser, it's a bit different. A bit more complex to achieve. So probably not. Probably not. I feel like this is pretty good. Still not the biggest fan of this section. Hmm. Maybe. I mean, that works. Pretty fine with that. I mean, you see icons, you have the things, you have the ability to really quickly go to a section if you know exactly what you're looking for. Like you know that you're looking for the Sims. That's broken. I don't understand why it's not. Is it something when I'm like clicking and scrolling at the same time? No. Why? It's something when I'm clicking on the bottom section? Hmm. That's interesting. Back to the desktop view. The sidebar doesn't scroll the user properly. on some the folders. I don't know why. I don't know why. We'll see. We will see. Also, side note, which is absolutely unrelated to what we're talking about right now. On Friday last week on stream, it was 12 degrees outside, and I was kind of dying. And then the next day, it was -7. I don't know what happened in during the night, but having almost 22, 24 degrees difference in temperature from one day to the other is kind of crazy. Yeah, that's a wild thing. I wanted to avoid that, to not use. But I get it. No, still the same. If I click on a low one, it just goes to the next section. Not to... I don't know how that could work. Maybe I need a rebuild. That's also a thing, yes. That is also a thing. Maybe I need a rebuild. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Anyways. I don't know exactly how that system works, specifically, as I said, because I want to avoid touching the JavaScript section, be as much HTML and CSS as possible. The fact that right now we are also touching the app.js, which makes sense. It does. It does. Yeah. Was it? Yeah, that's the thing. That doesn't make any fucking sense. So basically, from what I understand, it's just checking the anchor with the hashtag whatever and using the name of the first icon in the section to move to that thing. But when you do that, you don't move to the correct section because it just doesn't exist yet. I think that's the issue. Like if I move from adult to books, it's fine because all of these have been preloaded. But then here, if I go back to appliances, because I have them loaded, I should be good. And now, because this is too low in the visualization, it doesn't figure out where to go. So we end up with can't Wi-Fi all the time, apparently. Yeah. That's kind of bad. Let's see. Let's just do that. Hmm. Hmm. Uh, because I clicked on battery, then we have batteries there. If I click on the vehicles, we are good. I think I'm good. I think that works. I think that works. But I don't know. We'll see if that's a potential option. It works around here. It works on both sides. Um, I get that's such a wild thing. The scroll animation here is really broken. If I go back up, like that's the thing. Specifically if I'm like hovering and so on. That's not good. Um, it is not the smoothest of scroll, which I don't like. Back up. We'll see if that changes anything. For now, we don't know. We do not know. Yeah, probably. I don't like that. I don't like that. Also, I don't think it understood what I'm talking about. Um, oh, I know. I know what it is. I know what it is. If I'm scrolling to wireless and then scroll back while I'm doing anything, right there, that was the issue earlier. Because it goes through everything until it reaches the point where it needs to be. I think that was the main issue on that. So yeah, that's the issue. So basically, because how can I say that? The selection on the sidebar is defined by the currently visible selection. So right now, my selection is devices. As soon as I pass that, and we still are the design tools, then the system figures that I'm currently on design tools, and then I'm now on delivery and so on. And so when you scroll back up, it tries to compete both of them. So how can I explain that? Um, the section headers, I guess, are competing with the scroll position anchors. So when the user scroll back up manually, the sidebar is trying to figure out what section the user is currently looking at. It conflicts with the scroll position. This is kind of weird, but it might be the reason. At the end of the day, I don't think this is the exact issue and the exact reason why this is broken, but that might be exactly one of the the glitch thing. Maybe. Also, we can close that. It's not necessary anymore. Let's see. Let's see. The section observer fires for multiple sections simultaneously as they enter, leave the observation zone. It's going up. The section header above entered the zone and triggers the highlight change, even though you are still primarily viewing the section below, so it doesn't know which direction you're scrolling. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly when you're scrolling fast, but we'll see if that fixes something. Also, it's not gonna work. Going down is fine. Going back up is fine. Kinda. It still feels kinda like it's fine when going down. It kind of breaks in the center, like somewhere around here, food and so on. I'm guessing it's probably because some of them have like a lot. Like the design tools have 59, and therefore we don't really have proper changes. Like this is not supposed to happen. Yeah, that doesn't work. It kind of... in the sidebar or manually scroll. Maybe that could work. Because right now the issue is that if you are very close to a section that contains more icons than others, then you end up with a bit of a glitch. So arrows, for example, has 90. If I just scroll a teeny tiny bit up, I'm now in appliances, which is not true. And then if I'm here, I'm currently now, I would say if the title is past 50%, then I'm in it. But yeah, otherwise I'm not. Let's see. That doesn't seem to be something that will work in the future. I don't know much, but from what I know, I feel like removing these two values, it's probably gonna break stuff. And I'm probably gonna revert stuff right after. Because goddamn. It's gonna be bad. That is gonna be bad. I'm taking my medicine early, which is not a good thing, but 15 minutes doesn't change shit. Let's see. I see. That's smooth scrolling. Okay, that works. So that works for the rapid scroll up. I think if we calculate, that's gonna be bad. Calculate if the section header or the last child has passed, I guess, has passed the 50%, 50%? 50 VH? I guess 50 VH is going to be more accurate than 50%. 50%, 50 VH mark. Then we are in the section or not. We can select the correct sidebar button, I guess. Maybe. I'm asking and I'm saying that this is going to be purely UI and purely visual rather than having any logic behind it. And that might help in order to not have the scroll issues that I had earlier. Because the main thing that I think was conflicting was my main content has a scroll that needs to be handled, and my sidebar also has a scroll. So when I was at the bottom of the page right here and trying to go back up, because the selector was moving up, up, up by the amount, like related to where I'm currently sitting and so on, it basically states that both sides need to scroll at some point at the same rate. And in the beginning, this is going to be very smooth because we go up until gestures and be done with it with no real issues. Like this thing can still, like I'm still in living, so I'm right here, it's fine. But as soon as I hit the gesture and then furnitures and so on, these things now basically implies that this section needs to go up and then this needs to go up as well because it's still scrolling through and so on and so on. So both sides scrolling at the same time was probably the main reason for the glitch. It's probably going to do the same thing right here, but we'll see. For now, that's my guess. That is my guess. That is past 50%. If that is 50%, we are now on the next one. If I keep going, are we gonna move that content? We are, but that's not scrolling at the same time. Oh. That seems fine. That seems good. But that calculation is much better. No hiccups when it comes to the calculation on both sides. It's just because both sides don't scroll at the same time. I think that was the main issue, but no way to know for sure. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I still think that these menus are a bit too small, to be honest, for visibility's sake. It might be a bit better for me to make them a tad bigger. I don't want to use huge icon as a reference for everything, but they have like a better option. So that might be something. And then looking at it specifically when I'm doing this and having the light mode, some of these dividers are a bit strong compared to the dot grid in the background. We might want to change that. We also might want to make sure that the content and the placement of said content is aligned with our grid. But based on how the grid is starting, I would expect this to be half the amount. So something that we can change. There is something that we can change with no issues. Do I have... I do. Yeah, these ones are 27 in height. For these things, that's 34, 32. And these ones inside are 28. So that whole system is wrong. That doesn't take any of my main systems. That, I'm gonna change that. Since we are 8-point grid based, we should be fine. But that's the system that's a bit better. So that's great. Still, compliment your AI when you can, because first of all, it costs more money for the AI companies to have like the great thank you and so on inside. Like they don't compute the same way, so that's making them lose money. And then if one day they just decide to go against the humans, you are fine. You'll be good. You'll be okay. We want the sidebar rows to be 40 pixel high in height. So we need to bump the font up a bit. And what did I say? Yeah, that's gonna be fine. We're going from 28 to 40. That's a lot. Mizi, work on it. We're working on the Mom UI Kit icon website, which I should have worked on a year and a half ago, and I didn't. So here we are. Here we are. I haven't. Also, it's very different. In terms of design right here, but yeah. The page? Which page? These ones? These ones now have clocks. Nice clocks in two different, I mean, in 4 different styles, if you want. I like this one. I feel like it's fun. It's an old format. We like them. Ah, for fuck's sake. There is a timing issue. If the system is currently syncing and I haven't finished the sync and I'm opening one of the panels, it's gonna break. That's sad. And specifically if I resize and then open, it's gonna be stuck in the middle, which is kind of bad. But you know, it's gonna be okay. So yeah, that's where we are on this. This is kind of new. I made some teeny tiny changes when it comes to the landing page because I saw we raided John on Friday, and John decided to play with the cards that are here because when he was hovering them, he saw that he could like delete them and change things, and he decided to delete all of them without really knowing what was happening, meaning that when he arrived there, this was empty. So now, if the user is scrolling, these things are not interactable. They can only be interacted when you are here. And then if for some reason you decide to delete everything, after a second and a half, everything is coming back. So that is going to be a bit of a better UX for everyone, where it's just slowly just going back and not interactable right here. Like you can interact right there, but not there. Like that's not an option anymore. Right here, yes. So pixel perfect alignment. So that was fun. And we are, as I said, we are at like 64 users since yesterday. And Google is still not working for the login, so that's sad. Let me see if I can do that though. Maybe I can. Maybe I can do that. And doing things online is pretty good. Let me see if I can configure the SSO connection. And I want to know if I can disable that. It's not shared with the existing Google Ease connection you've already configured. Changing them will update their shared configuration. I don't know what that means. If I do that, also congrats on landing. If today's a landing day, I'm gonna make sure that it's rigged at that time. That was on the hair. Yeah, that might work. That might work. So I just disabled Google, even though it's, you know, it was available. So now it's just not there. That's a very bad move, to be honest. All the people that have logged in with Google, which shouldn't have worked anyways, but it worked at some point. Yeah. I don't know. Both work. Both are fine. I might just keep that on for the time being. But at least I know I can just disable it if I need to. See. We will see. But yeah, that's the news, Lizzie. If that was the question, the main question, that's the news. The other one is this one. making sure that things are a tad bit bigger when it comes to the sidebar. That's like a bit fatter, but not too fat. I feel like we have way too much space on the side. So I'm gonna say it. I feel like we have way too much space on the left of the sidebar, and we should have it flush-ish with the left edge of the window, you know. That would make more sense, like basically having a proper sidebar header, and then the grid is centered in the available space rather than what it is right now. Because that's not, like, that container, the center container, is what has the padding on both sides. And I kind of want to just have the sidebar on this side and then this thing in the center of the available space. So I'm just going to stop that right there. So basically having the header and sidebar flush with the edges and the icon grid centered in the remaining space. I guess. We'll see. We will see. Oh my god. It's just that the main container has padding on both sides. That's it. That's all I need to check. I see. It's bad. That is bad. I do think that what I just said is going to be a very big issue if the user has a massive screen. I feel like that's going to be really bad. I mean, even with a max width of 1440, I feel like that's going to be really bad. Like, I get it, but that's not gonna work. So I don't know why the search is now here when it was there before. Why? Why did we change that? Oh my god. Every time. That makes more sense. Yes. That's wrong, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Fine with that. Let's see the mobile version of this. Is it still working as we expect it to work? Kinda. Yes. I think the mobile version for the icon might be more for browsing experience rather than a finding experience. So we might change the display to make sure that this grid can allow as much as possible rather than having the title and the background, because they don't really exist. So on mobile, we might have something that is our biggest thing is 48 by 48. So we simply have a 50 by 50 container. That's kind of tight. A 56 by 56 container. But then if the user decides to have their icon at like 24, that's not going to work. So, we're going to change that. So that's fine. In mobile, we kind of want the site to be a browsing experience, whereas the desktop is mostly a dev tool, I guess. So we can have the grid change to only display the icons in square containers without their names. That way on mobile, we can display more. I guess. That means that my grid container display is going to have two design, or my container element is going to have two design, one for desktop, one for mobile. And then we switch between the two on breakpoint, which should be fine. But that's to be checked. To be checked. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I doubt overall that these things are going to be working, but yeah, we never know. Good. That's not. Yeah, I could do both, but I feel like that's might be the reason. This needs to be loaded properly. But no, same thing. I'm I feel like if you are touching CSS and you don't know that the CSS cascade, the cascading style sheet, I mean that the later thing is overriding the earlier things. And you're telling me that here? God damn. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. On mobile, we have a bit more flexible grid, I guess. so that we see more stuff at a time. And then on desktop, because it's, as I said, it's more like a dev experience. I want this thing to be useful for the devs to be able to say, oh, I'm looking for the charts, and I wanted this one to be the charts. Then that's going to be the easiest thing. So that's working. Cool. On click, the copied name should be the file name, not the displayed name. So arrow right is arrow dash right. And the copy text is the latter. That should help, maybe. I don't know. I don't really know where the copy pasting things is happening, so that's the first thing. And then I also don't really understand why I'm currently running on the above folder, which makes absolutely no sense. I should have done that here. I should have opened that folder instead of anything else. So, yeah. Good. Shit. Interesting. I just noticed that it's currently copy pasting the SVG code directly, as in inline SVG. That's not good. That is not good. Good, that's much better. Great. We need a contextual menu. On right click with copy name. I should have done that. Copy SVG. What else can I do? Let me check what Figma is doing. On the right click copy, we have copy paste as code, SVG or PNG. Can we copy as PNG? I'm still gonna do it, but yeah. Copy name, copy SVG. And that's it as an option. You know, for now, the right click lets you copy the SVG, the regular click copy the name. So then if you are in a hurry and you're looking for something and you're a dev and you just want to get access to the name of the icon that you want to use inside of your project, one click, done. And if you want to add something inside of Figma, for example, you can right click, copy SVG, drop that in Figma. Or if you want to have just the icon in your code, then that's an option. Yeah. Should be good. Should be good. Let's see how that looks. I hope it goes with the same design that we went for the the menu right here. Like that's basically what we would need. That would make a lot more sense. So on click, we copy the thing, and the right click doesn't do shit. That's where we go back to the difference in between like React and me wanting to have this thing done in HTML and CSS by default, because right now it's probably something that is related to the like the component, which is not a component. So because my icon container isn't a component that has the ability to get like a drop down input on right click, that's probably the issue. That was probably the issue. That's working. So if I copy the SVG, can I paste the SVG? Yes. Can I paste the SVG here? Yes. Yes, I can. Good. I see things though. Sorry. I see these. That is not supposed to exist. We're not supposed to have a fill inside of a line icon. So that's really bad. But I get it for copy pasting and simplification. That's working. If I do that, great. The toast to also tell the user what happened. I guess. Of the textual menu options. We'll see. So basically what I want is when the user click on SVG, it has the thing that says copied, SVG got copied, and so on. That's going to be pretty useful. Kane, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? I guess good morning, midday thing, kinda. Early morning, to be honest. No, it doesn't. It's a holiday. Well, congrats on the vacation. That's way too many A's in one word. Ka, ta, ra, ta, s. Nope. Ka, ta, 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 s. There. I guess. I guess. That is indeed a lot of water. God damn. That looks, I mean, that looks like any fucking waterfall that is massive. So similar to the one that we have in Brain. Also, Stony High, thank you for the mods activities. In Canada, the Canadian one, which I forgot the name, but yeah. Impressive. I was about to say, isn't it like a bit far away from where you are, but technically it is still Argentina. It's just at the top, 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 top. Kinda, not really. It is, but not entirely. Impressive. Well, congrats on navigating. Stony, I'm doing things kind of for you, but not really. But I know you don't care anymore because you've done your. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. What I was saying is I'm working on this thing a tad. To have that work so that now you would be potentially, probably not really, you don't care, but like able to take a look at the website and look for the categories of the thing that you are looking for, and finding something that you are looking for, then clicking on it to get the SVG code directly, or the SVG code, the name of the thing directly, and or going directly into the code if you need to have like the SVG right there. The issue that you will have, is the fact that, as you can probably see, there are some lines in the center that are added that shouldn't exist. Kana, welcome on in. How are you? How's everything? I'm so sad because last Wednesday, one of my last streams, nonetheless. Also, congrats on landing. I started streaming 30 seconds after your after your stream ended. I'm so sad about it. Basically, I opened Twitch and you were on the raid screen and stuff, and I was like, shit, I missed something. So, yeah. That's the thing. But yeah, no, it will be useful, Stony. The thing that I want to have right now, because this is like still, you were on Beat Saber. Well, congrats on dancing around. This whole thing needs to be kind of working with the landing page. So I'm planning on also doing the landing page through that, and providing, probably, potentially, I don't know how, if I can provide some sort of an NPM package, or a way for people that have bought the UI kit to get access to the icons. Maybe, I don't know. I need to figure out how I can implement the lemon squeezy API things. But yeah, please tell me. Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Mm, that's a bit of a more complex thing to do, mainly because of in order to get like a sprite that is good, you need to get the least amount of space. So, for example, if I'm looking here and we use these ones as a reference, in order to reorganize these entire things together and make sense, I might stack them side by side in a small format. But yeah, welcome back, Ty. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing that I had in mind. Uh, like that works because you have like a the same thing every time. But if you want a sprite that is well done, um, you need like a bit of a better thing. But then again, here you are outline right exporting the fucking SVG code as well, which is probably like a massive sprite compared to what it needs to be. So I don't know. But I see the point. I see the point. Um, you know, uh, kinda. We are at 90 something. Dapshi, what on it? This one is a tad better. Not a lot better, but a tad better. Um, where I think, I mean, right now I changed so much shit, so I don't know. I haven't rechecked. And it's probably not going to work, to be honest, based on some of the things that we have changed. But yeah, yeah, we lost some things. We were at 94 earlier today, and then since I changed some of the navigation thing, it's a bit lower. But yeah, it's this one is a bit better. This one is a bit better. Um, yeah, no, I understand what you want to achieve, Stony. I feel like it's not a bad idea. It might just um, it might be a bit complex for the same reason why we still don't have um, like uh, that anywhere. The main reason for this is if I'm providing this with the system that I currently do, which is ensuring that like every single SVGs is inlined in the code inside of folders, then that basically means that anyone that comes in um, the the website and want to siphon the entirety of the thing, they can. And since it's a paid package, that can't be an option. And your system would be also a bit of a conflict of interest when it comes to this. So I need to figure out how to safely do what I'm talking about, because otherwise I end up with this system, which I've been talking about for a while, and it's just if I want to, these things that are currently officially in the pro tier, I can, get in and just get my SVG right here, and then just, you know, get the output right here with no issues, and that's pretty bad. That's that's not what we want people to be able to do when you have a paid tier. So, um, so that's the also that fuck me with them fucking conditional whatever. But you know what I mean? So I basically would need some sort of a display icon as PNGs when they are considered part of the pro tier, or um, do something else with it, or most importantly, hold, store, store, store store the icons on a database somewhere that is like not at the root folder of the code. That is the situation. So for now, I don't know. I think for me, it's more important to figure out exactly how I can get the free tier, paid tier system to work and have them side by side and play with them. And then when I have everything, then I'm pretty good. Like right now, as said, if I open this and I go in uh, source or network or something, the ability for me to get into the assets and find, I mean, not here, but like, you know, um, get where things are coming from and just extract everything, that is uh, kind of an option. So, yeah, uh, that's the thing. I don't know I don't know, but maybe, but also no. Basically, as soon as the SVG code hits the landing page, people can right click export with no issues. So for the paid tier, it would basically mean um, everything that's in paid is supposed to be displayed in images, not SVGs. And that's a lot more complex. Not impossible, but a lot more complex. Mainly complex because it will not be good. Like I need to make sure that all of the icons in image formats are extracted in all of their types, and then at the right sizes. And yeah, that's a bit more tricky. And I need to figure out where I can hold all of that, all of these icons, all of these SVGs. Um, is it something like uh, a Superbase thing where it hold one record with each type or each style as a string of text, which is the SVG strings, plus the image, but with the image with Superbase, it's gonna take a lot of space, and it's gonna be past the free tier. That's the thing. So I don't know. I really happy that I'm still working on this thing to make sure that the experience for devs is a bit better. But as of right now, I don't know exactly how to make sure that the paid format is gonna be an option and viable and transferable and so on. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass. Hmm? Hmm. 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 Uh, yeah, I will probably have one more variation at some point when the solids are done. Um, like these ones are kind of broken, but if when the solids are fully done and so on, there is a third, fourth, fifth um, version rendering. I forgot if we have the icon styles. Basically, we currently have the line and the duo color, and the duotone is the one that we don't have, which is one of the styles that I need the solids to be able to create the duotones. And so now that I'm almost done with the solid version, we should be able to do that soon-ish. But it's a mix of the dual color and duotone, so that's the thing that I'm thinking about. But yeah, Jesus, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I'm okay. I've known better days. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I wish the doctors were able to tell me what's wrong with me, but that's not the case. So that pissed me off. I'm sad that my results are telling me that everything is fine. Because it's not the case. So there is that. Like I need one of these. I think duotone is the one that I want to have, and then the other one is when we're looking at the huge icon as well. The bulk is what is called duotone. Solids is the one that I'm just doing. Duotone is the or two-tone is the one that I already have, and then duotone is the one that I'm missing. So that is also something that I'm like, you know what? It needs to happen. And I don't know when I will do it, but yeah, it will probably happen. Also, that's cute as fuck. Not good, but cute. So yeah, other than that, I'm good. I really don't understand what's wrong with this portion, which you can't see, with this portion of my organs, because heart is a bit higher. The pain is somewhere around the bottom of the heart, and I would say the liver, maybe. Liver failure is a very fun thing because you don't know if it's happening and then you're dead. So might happen. Uh, because it's basically here. And yeah, I haven't figured out what happened, what can happen so far. And then my blood test from last week is all good for almost everything except one value that is a bit higher than what it needs to be, but it's not like I mean technically two values. One of them is really at the high level for my age and so on, and the other one is just like 4 times higher than what it needs to be, but it's normal. Like it's not something that is having like a bad effect um, on anything. So we'll see. Yeah, no, I hope so. um, I'm always really fine with just being dead. So you know, I'm fine with it. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fine. I just need to make sure that I figure out exactly what's happening. So yeah, how are you though? How's the day going? How was the weekend? Um, so yeah, that's Stony. That's the thing. There might be like a one additional style that will happen, and it would end up being the exact same thing as rain. What I'm doing in convex for ban directly. Basically, the entirety of the cards that you have in your profile are saved in one JSON formatted element, and that's it. And the card design themselves are in the secondary thing, but it's for everything at once. So, both work. But also, yes, that's new. Both of you don't know that. The clocks are now added. I talked about that for the past 2 weeks to add clocks and rendering for no fucking reason other than I wanted to have some clocks here and there. And yeah, we now have teeny tiny things. It works. Multiple time zones, multiple rendering, multiple designs. I'm pretty happy with it. Ended up being pretty good. Other than that, yeah. Other than that, we good. Yeah. I see. I see. So that's what you call the serialized thing. I get it. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if that would fix my issue, but I could test that out. Yes. For sure. For sure. So yeah, that's the news here. Nonetheless. So apparently you all know. Cranner, hi, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? It's been a bit. How was your weekend? How was your weeks since last time? Yeah, I don't know. So again, I'm not really against the sprite things. I'm just unsure about the. Also, I need to fix that contrast ratio thing for people that have names in white. I need to make sure that the domains and or the use case for sprites is still there. The version of the sprite that you have shared, which is basically a list of icons with all the icons without being a real sprite. It's an SVG sprite, which is pretty interesting. Yes. Yes. Oh, he knows. He was there when they were created. So he's seen them up close and personal. All of these. I would say though, the sentence I said when you rated, and I said if you need a bot plug, you can do that. I get it. That's not something that you expect a designer to say. So I get it. I understand the surprise. It makes sense. It's not what you expect. That's wild. That's the reason. That is the reason. So solid and line have the same thing, but then duo and sharp have duplicated icons, like these two, and these two, and these two. I mean, all two, basically. Um, that's interesting. I need to figure out what happened here. Um, it was good. It was good. I'm not gonna lie. I liked it. It was good timing. It was good timing. So yeah, that's the thing. If I can figure out exactly how I can make the paywalled properly, that would be good. And as soon as that is understood, then yes, why not add some sort of a sprite extraction thing, which means that when you're here, you would have like a select button right there. And so if you select multiples, you then have the ability to go into select mode and download multiple at once. And then in the download options, you would have sprite. Yeah. Um, that's the thing. That's the situation. Uh, yeah, that's the thing that I don't have anymore. So yeah, other than that, I feel like that's pretty good. But by default, I need a way to download multiple at once. So instead of doing that here in that specific chat, I'm gonna do that in a new chat. We need a way to let the user select multiple icons and then download them at once. Either at the icon level or the section level. The download option should be yes. The issue with the license key of Lemon Squeezy is that I only activated it since I think the first 30 or 20 people that have bought the kit don't have the license because it wasn't enabled and it wasn't available at that time. So after that, yes. Before that, no. We'll see. But yes, it's in the plan. The thing is, I want to make sure that the license key is not the only verifying factor in giving you the options. I don't think I can. That's the thing. They are tied. So basically, what I want to have is I want to use Lemon Squeezy API if it's available to validate the transaction, which is basically using Stripe API to check for positive, properly done transaction hash. And when you have that, then you know that the transaction has happened, the payment went through, and it's basically a verification on its own. So that's an option as well. It's a bit more complex, but it's also an option because I do have the Stripe API available, so I can do things, but I need to figure things out. Should be either Nope, should be single SVG by default, but also allow for PNG export, PNG download, or the creation of a sprite. How do you manage your SVG sprite, by the way? Because you are creating a big ass sheet of icons, and then your sprite gets the cuts where it needs to be, but they are still in SVGs. So, technically speaking, um, to add a selector checkbox in the desktop icon container in the top right. Trigger the multi-select to download UI. That's going to be a bit of a tricky thing, specifically because I'm focused on HTML and CSS, and I don't know exactly how I can extract all that in one go. Download UI, which should be a floating bar at the bottom of the grid of the grid with the selected count and download options. I guess we'll see if that triggers something. I basically want to go in, and I don't have that open, and get my initial download thing that I've done many, many times, but I will always go back to it just because it works. I want this. Figma, come on. Come on, Figma. It's not that complicated. I want this right about here. I want that UI. So basically you have this thing that pops up from the bottom of the screen that says, oh, you have 4 selected, here is what you can do. And so you have like, oh damn, just very, very slight transition. It's easy, it's simple and so on. There will be, so that's also one of the plans. I want to have a Figma plugin as well, because the Figma plugin is going to be an easier thing to paywall in a way, but it's the same thing. So it's yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass nonetheless. But it's about time that the Mom UI kit gets a bit of love. And after a year and a half of nothing. For something that I don't know if I still have that. Yeah, I think I removed it, but you know, at some point, there was a line somewhere around here that said that it will receive new icons every week, and that was the case for the first 5,000 icons, roughly. and or 4,000 icons, and then I had to do the solid one, and that took me way too long, and then I built an app, and then I built another app, and then I built a product on the web, and now I'm like, ban is pretty good. Like I can come back and add like a card here and there from time to time, but it's not necessarily something that needs to be as updated as it need. Um, but you know, yes, that's also true. That is also true. We don't have most of them. We have a good start for the icons, but yeah, I know, I know. That's a lot of thinking. While that's trying to go through, let's save that before we do anything here. But yeah, there is a whole set of sports-related icons and fitness-related icons that needs to happen. The issue, again, that I have with the fitness icons is that they are the icon set on its own is a 24 by 24 icon pack, and that alone is already a struggle. If you look at, not that, if you look at my icons as a reference, specifically for the sports section, you end up with things. I forgot if it's fitness or sports. Sports. Most of them are going to be like simple elements of the sport itself. But then for the fitness one, because there is like the question of slimming and muscle growth and so on, it is a lot more complex to achieve these icons specifically. So that's a debate, but we have a good base. Not gonna lie, I can do that now. That's crazy. Uh, we have a pretty good base with all of these for some sports, some things. We have muscles right there. We could have the slimming one, even though not necessarily the best option. But yeah, like the main point was these icons at that size need some sort of a very strong detail-oriented treatment, which is not the case for the rest of the existing icon. So that's where we are. But yeah, I feel like I missed a message. 1 second. What did I miss? What did I miss? We'll see. Yeah, I don't know if I can do that. My brain is on the paywalling again still. Because technically speaking, if I go into the system here and I say that Line is the one that you have access to in free tier, technically you have not all of the Line events. That's the thing that is kind of annoying. So maybe I can give you all of the Line icons. I don't know. I don't really care. But if I say like line is available for download, and then if you wanted to download the Duo or Sharps or whatever, you would need to get an account, so you would need to be logged in. So there is a system of authentication that needs to happen in order for me to achieve what I wanted to do. Or I can simply disable the selection on everything other than style is line. Like on Duo, Sharp, and Solid, you can only click to get the name, but you can't click to get the SVG. So that's one of the first thing that I can do, because these things are going to be in the paid tier. After that, I can say that when you're here, you will be able to select multiple, and that will imply that if someone wanted to go through the selection of each of the icons and then download the thing, they would have access to the first 1,600-ish icons that is in the free tier, which is fine. But instead of manually doing that, maybe after they selected, I don't know, 80, we can just say, well, you can just download the Figma file. It's free. It's right there. And you have access to the SVG and Dyn. It's easier. But yeah, I don't know. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, because I kind of want to have some sort, if possible, of an NPM package thing where the icons SVGs themselves are in the free tier, or the line icons are in there, but then the Duo, Sharp, and Solid would require you to enter your license key, which is coming from Lemon Squeezy. Then I don't know how to do that. So that's the other thing that I need to figure out and ensure I understand. Other than that, we good. Interesting. You can download the SVG, you can download the PNG, you can sprite. I think it's pretty good. I forgot that this was usually the case, but yeah, the sprite is good. Basically what happens is, and I don't think I can, yeah, I mean, I can do that, but that's not gonna work anyways. Basically what it is that the sprite is, everything is on top of each other, not where it needs to be. So that's the situation. I forgot. But it's fine though. I don't know if the Basically, they are in the exact same spot. That's the thing. You're welcome on in. 2 people have landed. And you just missed it by a hair. That's crazy. I'm sorry. that was a bit of a thing. So it is in there, and it is existing. They're just like stacked on top of each other, which is, at least it can be done. The symbols are in it. It's outside in XML ends. So that's interesting. But at least we know that the export is exporting, which is pretty good. Marcy, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Let me see. Also, Stony, you are so fast. That's crazy. So fast. And I'm so slow. Obviously. God damn. What do you mean? Make it remember with local storage. As in, if I refresh the page, the selection is still there? Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So that's a good base. That's a good base. But the sprite has all the SVGs on top of each other. Important. We need to limit the multi... yeah. The multi-select and download options to the line. Yes. Style only. And it would be nice if the app could store the selected state in local storage. If the page gets closed, before the download happen. It's a bit of a both. It's a bit of a designer and dev tool, but it's more useful for the devs for sure. That I'm not gonna lie. I could do that, yeah. I think it will figure it out, nonetheless, based on what we are seeing right now. It seems to be pretty good. It seems to be pretty good. So much teeny tiny things that I would add in there. I didn't know that this was an option. Didn't know you could extract like an image like this that easily. Overall, that makes sense. I feel like if we get the download proper and that the sprite is working, it should help you specifically. I don't know exactly how it could like be beneficial in the end for the local storage thing. Uh, there will be a need for clear selection. Then in the floating bar at the bottom, for sure, so that people can just like reload the page and then they figure out that they have 80 that are selected that they don't need anymore. So they just want to make sure that that clear button is going to work. So that's good. And then, you know, if you have 24 right here, and then you have like, I don't know, maybe you just wanted the astrology ones for some reason. For sure. For sure. Indeed. Did you know? Did you know? I know of the meme. I have never heard it said, and I know it's a thing because I've seen it so many times, and I know how he speaks, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, specifically with that exact, with the glasses, um, at that specific event. Like, it made sense to me that something would come out of it as a meme, but yeah. All right, so if I go there, then we don't have the option. If I do that, then we do have the options. If I select something, let's say I'm going to do 3 of them for now, and I want to sprite sheet download. Yeah, because people said that he was the eye was distracting. So I don't know. It seems to work. It seems to work. However, it is absolutely broken, which is pretty impressive. So that's the issue that we had in the first place, which is really interesting. Which means that the like initial exports are broken, or something's missing in the files themselves, which I need to, you know, make sure, and so on. So we'll see. We will see. But that's a good start. That's more for brain. That's more the SVG issues and output issues. When you reload the page, you have off your selection. If I clear the selection and then I reload the page, the selection doesn't exist anymore. So now Stoney's happy with saving the selection in local storage, which is pretty good. I need to figure out, however, how and why this is happening. So that is going to be here. These ones, when I'm exporting it, I think I know what's happening. I think I know the difference in between the two things. So my exports now, let me see. I have a detail resampling, which makes absolutely no sense. My code profile is P3, which makes absolutely no sense either. I don't want to include the ID, and I'm ignoring the overlapping layer, which makes kind of sense. The preview is pretty simple, which should be good. But, as always, something is broken. So, what is my output here? We've had... I forgot if it's there or here. It's not there. Sorry, that's a crazy move. Yeah. So the line ones, which is exactly what I'm looking for, the banana is the same, so that shouldn't be an issue. Why is this not extracted properly when it is coming from the SVG? That's a crazy thing. Yeah. That's basically the fill. There is a fill that is added to the thing. And if we don't have it, everything is fine. Since we do have it, at times, like right here, we end up with shapes that are not supposed to exist. I don't know. I don't know. Also, no, I don't think it's the wife. But maybe. Also, I don't really give a shit, to be honest. Even though, you know. I have no interest and no idea what's happening. I'm not following the things. Like it's just fine. It's fine. This is weird. Yeah, that's what. I'm right. So that's gonna be my question. Why is it not properly outputting the thing? Let me see. Let me see, because we know that this one is broken. I'm going to use that as a base. I'm going to just extract it. When I'm extracting it as an SVG, it's fine. But when I'm not, when I'm adding it to a sprite sheet, it's broken. Okay, that's good to know. Also, I don't know why Figma is right there instead of being like far away. So the first one, also Kundam banana, is kind of sad. Okay, so exporting SVGs one by one works perfectly, but when we export as a sprite, it adds a fill to the SVG that we don't want. I don't know if you can see that, by the way. Not you as the on the stream, but like through here. Also, what happens if I do that? It creates a zip. Create a zip with 2 files. and two files are good. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. All right. I mean, depending on where you live, the banana for scale is such a weird thing. I've seen some small bananas, some big bananas in my days. Without the fill none as a default thing. Okay, cool. So now, banana still. It still adds a fill, which is wild. If I export as an SVG, it's good. Let's go back here. Maybe, maybe get a page that is like a bit slimmer than the others and see. So if I just do that, so that's the case. I think I need a third. That's not the size I wanted. That's the size I wanted. Cool. So that's the container, and because we have the container in the sprite, then we have the thing. Okay, cool. Let me just make that pure blank so that we have the thing. And then I'm gonna move that here and import the third one that is, sorry, right here. There. Okay, cool. That wrong. That wrong as well. Good to know. Good to know. So my output when I'm exporting the SVG itself is broken. And so that is probably the reason why that happens. That's not a bad idea, Stoney. Not gonna lie, it's not a bad idea. I don't know. I don't know. It's not a naming issues. It's an output issues right now. So it still does it because we have a fill even though it's not part of it. Basically, I want to know the difference between this and that, with this being fill none. So if I copy that as SVGs, I don't even know if there is a difference, to be honest, other than the bottom parts. But that's just a side question. Yeah. Hmm. Mm-hmm. This is not correct and this is correct. And I know we've seen that before. Uh, we have seen that before, and we don't know exactly how to fix that. That is the truth. I do not know. But exporting that, if I said that this was an SVG and then I changed the data, maybe I don't ignore the overlapping layers, you know, and the resampling is basic, which is not really a good thing for SVG specifically, but you know, whatever. Let's say I'm exporting that to my desktop so that we have somewhere to pick it from. And so now, if I drop that here, it has a white background for some fucking reason. And it has the lines coming in as well. So that's wild. That's interesting. I don't know why that's the case. That's one thing that is not supposed to be in there. That's another thing that is not supposed to be in there. And then that is still the same thing. That's crazy. I'll see. How's the app going, by the way, Jerome? How's the addition? Um, when we export the SVG, it adds a fill to the line only SVG. And then when we export that in the sprite, it fills it with blank. I see. Remind me for 1 second what Postman is doing. I forgot. I see. I see. I know, but it's a different one. Usually it's Pizza Guy, not Postman. Postman is rare. Yeah, but it's rare. Yeah, I don't know. That is sad. but it's fine. Fine with it. Fuck, what's the thing? Where is it? Here? No. There? Maybe. Maybe. Let me check. Someone, and this is not like a I want you to be discouraged type of situation. Someone on my feed talked about a journaling app earlier today or yesterday, and obviously I'm not gonna find it, but and you can see some titties pixelated while I'm doing that. That could have been them, but that's not the one that I was looking for. Basically, they have created like an app that is very interestingly similar to what you have created, which is pretty fun for me to see what they went for and how they have decided to design their own apps compared to where or what direction you went to for with, all that. So that's fun. We like it. That's not the one, but yeah. I think they are just a designer. So there's that. But you know, I feel like it's always a good reference to have references. But obviously, I'm not known to know where the things is. It's either here or I saw it on Pinterest, which is wild, and therefore I probably lost it. Yeah, that's the one. That's where they are right this instant. And that's obviously not like similar to what you have made. It is a lot more minimalistic, but I feel like there is something in there that is interesting for the no UI situation, mainly because there is this new kind of trend of minimalistic things. But yeah, that's this person, and they are building like a ton of productivity apps specifically, and that's the app in question. So if you want to check the landing page to see how things look, maybe check that out. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know. Going back to your, when I see something that I want to share on stream, I don't know when I want to share something on stream. I just see things and I'm like, oh, that reminds me of, and then I keep scrolling, and yeah. I'm guessing if you want like more screenshots and shit, that's gonna be on their Twitter account directly, where you probably will have more interesting things. I don't think that their implementation is as good as it could be, mainly because it's just like a boring Notion copy black and white thing. So that's the thing, and all of their apps is basically the same thing. So that's, it happens. But yeah, other than that, I wouldn't remember. Like there is a ton of others that are pretty cool and cute that I like a lot. That seems interesting. Like this one is pretty nice. UI overall, I like it personally speaking. I think that this is a pretty cool thing. I think it's part of the general app thingy, whatever. But yeah. Yes, Marcy, there was recall. It's Tony, yes, indeed. There was a recall that was taking a picture every 30 to 90 seconds. I forgot exactly when it was, of your screen, and then you would have the ability to chat with the extracted data of these images. And then there was a lot of backlash because people figured that it's stored somewhere in your device, and anyone with access to your device has access to everything. So because it takes screenshots every 90 seconds or 30 seconds, you would have access to everything, banking details, password. If you're looking at your password manager for like more than 90 seconds and you're like in the clear for one of the passwords that you're using, screenshotted. So not the greatest, but yes, there was that, which I wish I could use, but I can't. But yeah, no, that's one of them. I don't like the design of it because it is too minimalistic for what I want to do. I feel like from a dopamine perspective, these apps are there for you to not use them, and I would not use them. That's what would happen. Like, for example, at some point, because I always forget to take these things, I decided, you know what, maybe I can download Did I Do, which is one of the widgets that just, if you did something, you can tap on the whatever screen, and then it just gives you yes, no, whatever. Like I did take it. Cool. The thing is, because it's on the side and it's not like in the view all the time, I forgot about it. So that's the same thing. For me, it would be the exact same output with these things. It's just like it's not as interesting and as dopamine hits that I would just forget about the app and never take journaling things anyways. There is a need for more stuff with it from my point of view. But yeah, so there is this one, and then there is the other one that is from, I forgot the name, but um, it's the code at the speed of speech. I think that's how they decided to name it or something. It's basically a way for you to chat with your AI assistant and so on. But it's, yeah. Sounds like the hospital EPD. Someone got in trouble because the person looked at her own data. You can't look at your own data from the hospital? That's interesting. Can I thank you? Appreciate it. That's wild. I mean, from my point of view, if it's me we're talking about, I need to know. Like that's, yeah. If it's my own data, but I kind of get it. I kind of get it. I doubt that this will work, but why not try it out? Why not try it out? For refresh, let's take 2 of them so that we can see things. I know that this one is broken, or this one is broken. I think this one is broken. Let's use the sprite to download said sprite. And guess what? It's working. It's working. Goddamn. That's not gonna work. There you go. That's not gonna work. Cool. So the sprite export is an option that's working. We happy with it. The export is good. Are you gonna make it so slow? Yeah, you are. Goddamn. Congrats. Goddamn. That's apparently today is a drop. Is a drop time. Yeah. I didn't hear it. No, doesn't exist anymore. Doesn't exist anymore. I'm missing the target as well. Goddamn, congrats. Um, Not yet, but soon, probably, maybe at some point. I guess I don't know yet, but at least I'm making some progress on this thing. So yes, at some point. Right now, it's just me making sure that everything that needs to happen when you are logged in and you are paying and you have your license key and so on, you will have access to this. In both versions, by the way. I haven't refetched the mobile version, but I think we're good. But yeah, that's it's gonna be interesting. What happens if I do that and then that? Ah, sorry. All right, that's interesting. That's interesting. Uh, like all of that, going back to what I said earlier, because I decided to do the HTML and CSS first with the least amount of JavaScript inside of this thing for performance sake, which right now doesn't really perform as well as it should be, but that's fine. Um, I think you did. I think you did. And so now, once that drop, if it drops, when it drops, with the new landing page and the new overall design of things, I feel like it's gonna be easier to get. But for now, I think for now that's pretty good. I'm going to say that this is working, and the sprite and save and download in multiple formats is an option. We're good with that. I'm okay with it. This thing is debatable. Yes, it is. By there. I think if you go in the Discord in the give me money, you should be able to click on that link right there, the my order link. That should leave you. No, that should get you to where you're supposed to be and whatever. Oh, goddamn. And give you access to everything you bought. Yes. So much things. Well, you'd be surprised. I don't think that's possible. No, spokojnie. The latest last brain, the last version of the mom icons is from 2024 somewhere when I came back from Japan. So because I started to make it in Japan and that was 2023, and then I came back from Japan and we had some updates, and then I kind of stopped working on it when the solid icon came in because it was a bit too complex for my taste at times. But yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Who is you? Sorry, 1 second. Um, that's the thing. Um, um, I want to check something for 1 second. I don't know why that happens, but that happened. Um, we have some issues with the trash, as you can see in the pixelated version of the image. The trash cans on the building have not been emptied in the past 3 days, and we don't know why. We don't know why. So yeah. But yeah, no, Ugo, nonetheless, if you bought the thing in 2023, which is at the beginning at $2 or something, you now have access to everything in the next update of the Figma file itself. The entirety of the icon system has been reworked to now get all of the icons in one page instead of all of the icons everywhere in multiple pages, including the solid icons. Some of them I haven't done because they are like a bit too complex to create right now, so I'm just waiting on that. And I don't know when you bought it. I don't know if you have your lemon squeezy thing right there, you will have the price that you paid next to it. So if you go back into your history and then you find something that is called the Mom UI kit, you will probably have the price that you paid. Um, if you were the first to bought it, it was probably $2 back in the day. So yeah. Uh, so when that drops, when that update drops, you will have all of the new icons, all of the new components, everything that has been updated since then. I still need to finish some of these, like the solid version, because they are currently in solid, but not that solid. I know. Um, so that's the thing that I need to kind of figure out and ensure that everything is proper and good. Um, and then once that's done, we should be fine. We should be fine. That's wrong. See there? That's too similar. It's not what we want. Oh, that's probably the reason. That is probably the reason. Anyways, so that's the thing that we have. I need to make sure that most of the elements that we have right here are using the proper icons in the proper use cases when they are needed and so on. And the main point, um, well, I don't know if you can still get it, but if you just add your bank account, you will be paid 50% 5 times. So basically 250% of what you could have paid, depending. I guess not. I mean, I guess if you're getting paid 50% and you bought it at $2, you probably are making way more than what you paid in the first place. So that's good. Congrats. But yeah, nonetheless, I need to work on that and make sure that it works. And then the end goal, and I know it's complicated and it took some time and so on, but you probably will have access to that thing when it happens. Yeah, that should be good. That should be good. The other thing that I want to make is ensure that the UI kit is also available in code. So basically similar to um, a line UI, if you know. Align UI is one of these things which has the Figma file, but they also have, I think it's the component. Yeah. That are basically coded components that match the Figma file itself, so that the Figma file is aligned with the component in code, and so you would have access to all of that. That's the ID. So probably at some point, maybe we'll have that. Right now, not not today, not today. Today we're just doing the icon section. Um, but yeah, having like something like this that gives you exactly what you wanted to get with the proper components that exist inside of Figma directly, and you can just say that you want a toggle, and then you have a toggle, and build that directly through Tailwind or Radix or other options, or direct CSS. I feel like probably direct CSS is going to be the best option, but you know, we'll see. We'll see when that happens. Um, but that's a lot, like, I would say that's a lot further down the line than the other things, mainly because it requires me to go through an analysis of what I currently have in a way that I haven't done yet. So, for example, these highlighted version, when the elements that you are currently selected has that kind of outline thing, this is going to be something that is top level keyboard controls. And that's a design that is defined once and then reused everywhere. But I need to make sure that the defined once work everywhere. So if you look at the buttons, for example, it's fine-ish. It's fine-ish, but there is a bit of a different thing, meaning that the buttons version of this has some sort of an offset. So it's using the stroke and the stroke offset to push the boundaries outside. And that is not something that the drop shadow can do by default. So I need to figure out exactly how I can do that in a way that makes sense. And that should be fine to get like that outline thing. And therefore, if I put it in one place, it needs to make sure, or I need to make sure that it is also used here. So there should be the offset as well here, and so on. So all of that is something that I need to go back into the entire file, make sure that I have the entire thing done. And then once that's done, publish, create the Tailwind version of these components, which is feasible and more easily feasible now that we have AI options to just go through like a link with the MCP and just say, well, this is the thing that we are trying to achieve. Go for it, and then be done. But yeah, it's a bit of a more complex things. The most important thing that I've noticed, which is a bit of a pain in the ass, is that copy pasting the Tailwind code for this, for example, doesn't take into consideration stacked stuff. So when you have a fill that is linear plus the base color, the only thing that is going to be taken by the copy code is the base color. For the effects, the only one that's going to stay is either the first one or the last one, but nothing of the rest. So with all of that in mind, I need to make sure that I can see and create simple stylistic things that can be reused. So all of that is the exact same thing. Like all of the design choices that we have here, if I'm selecting everything, it's always going to be the same. So I can create an element that's going to be my style for button once and then reapply that everywhere. But it needs to be the same for everything. So that's a bit of a pain in the ass. It will work at some point, but for now, no time. No time and no brain power. So that's, yeah. Um, that's the thing. But maybe at some point, yeah. So it's been updated a bit. And then the other thing that is a bit annoying, which I wish I could understand better, Figma has disabled the thing that we have in the PDF that I shared inside of Lemon Squeezy. So basically, the duplicate to your drafts is not necessarily something that I can do anymore. So I might have to reintroduce a Figma file import, but that's also something that might break in your machine, and I don't really know how to fix that because Figma has changed stuff. Other than that, we good. Other than that, we good. So that's my exports things. I think that's pretty good. Now, let's not keep these. Now, the base is oh shit. Sorry. I forgot the double slash. I knew something was missing. I knew something was missing. I always count the amount of O's in mom. I wish I could. I can't. Also, the mom pages is a Framer thing, so yeah, that's it's the same as I mean, dribble with 3 B's, but there is the other one. That has like multiple O's as well, like the same issues. And it's a bit wild. It could get renamed, to be honest. I'm not against it, but I also am kind of against it because I think I paid for the domain until 2028. So until 2028, you know, I'm gonna keep that. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Gara. Go Rav. Go Rav. Go Ro? I don't know. Welcome in. Thanks a lot for being on YouTube. I appreciate it. A workflow from Figma to code. Yes and no. So regular workflow is ensuring that what you have in Figma is aligned with what you want to have inside of your code thing. And, you know, like that's the base. You need to make sure that the content of your Figma file is aligned with what the code is supposed to have. So the most important thing I would say is going to be ensuring the alignment when it comes to the features and the things that are feasible in code. Hence what I said earlier of, for me, for example, for the selection I have, that's crazy. That's not going to work. Right. I have a thing where my keyboard selection for the elements is using, instead of Figma, a double shadow effect in order to create something that just look more natural compared to what we have in browsers. But in Figma, we can't really do that. We can't have like a stroke with an offset. So I had to create something with a shadow. So that's something to think about in my workflow from Figma to code, because I know that's not the case. Like the implementation that I have need a different implementation in code. So that's the first thing. When that is the case, and I know exactly that this is the case, I usually go through a system like, I think on Stoney's website we have uh, things like this. I'm adding for myself, but also for the devs, a slight note on the side that says that on hover, we have a scale by 1.1 and we rotate with a random angle of plus or minus 4 based on the original thing. So that is something that I'm adding inside of my workflow from Figma to code to ensure that people that are going to code are going to be understanding what I'm talking about. That is, or that was, until I started working for myself when it comes to the creations of my own products and my own apps and so on. And since that happened, I haven't touched Figma for more than maybe a big session of 2 hours. Um, and as I probably said, in the past 2.5 years, I probably have spent 5 hours, 8 hours in Figma in total, for design stuff on its own. So I'm most of the time just inside of Cursor in code directly. Not necessarily here, because these bitches just, they are not my type of thing. This is like HTML and CSS and I don't like it. Anything that is related to Xcode and Swift UI, that is way easier for me. And therefore, I'm like mostly inside of these files and playing with the code directly right here. So doing the design inside of the code files, when it comes to visuals, that's basically the workflow. So Figma has been removed from my workflow, even though I've been living in there for, I mean, since 2018. I've been 8 to 12 hours a day inside of Figma, and now it's like zero. So that's a bit of an interesting thing. Well, that's not great. I like that. I like that green in light mode. I'm not against it. Um, yeah, I'm fine with that. I can live with it. Uh, if you have more questions, feel free to ask. I'm here to help. But yeah, overall, like the things have been, I would say the time when I spent the most time inside of Figma was when I needed to figure out something, visually speaking, and it needed uh, a way for me to just translate what I was talking about. So the I would say one of the best presentation for this is going to be Can. So when I was working on Can right here, and I was mostly working on the navigation system because I wanted this really cool curved navigation at the bottom of the screen that has this elastic kind of navigation system when things are properly loaded and so on. That system in order to figure out exactly what were the splits and how to ensure that everything was in place and so on, I had to spend um, a lot more time in Figma itself, but that was like October 2024 to ensure that my Figma file with the initial ID of what it would look like made sense. So I roughly sketched out some stuff, figured out how to get the curve, figured out everything, figured out like the split for each of the buttons, making sure that they were specifically in place, still aligned with the tab bar and so on. So all of that like was a lot of thinking and work, visually speaking, inside of Figma, but that wasn't the the design style that we have here. Also, based on me being me, these kind of glassy thing, weirdly enough, were created before liquid glass existed. So that was a bit of a fun thing, nonetheless. So that's I would say that's the last project where I spent the most time inside of a Figma file to figure out stuff, just because I needed some specific. And then when I started to like use cursor to create the thing in code directly, this is what Figma turned out to be. It's just we currently have this and we don't want this here, we want this here. That's it. Or that's what we currently have and we want to expand this section to be like the question content. But the question needs to take like more space at the top. Or things like this. And so that simple or simpler versions of what I'm using in Figma is usually what happened. You know, things like this where I used to have this and then I switched to this and then I switched to something else. That happened so many times. I think this one took a bit more time because I decided to go from the native thing to something a bit more different, but didn't stick anyways. But other than that, that's the flow in Figma. It's just like I'm not in Figma anymore. I still have the skills to be in Figma if I need to, but other than that, I'm not necessarily in Figma. So yeah. Mostly inside of cursor. It makes more sense. It's faster. I mean, it's faster. It's not faster, but like it just makes things easier to figure out what you're trying to achieve directly, and it's a time gainer, I would say, because you don't have to think about it too much. It's just okay, the design needs to change. I want this to be changed, and then it's done. Whereas if you did that in Figma, for example, and you did the design in Figma, the first one, like let's say that I did the green version in Figma, and we implemented it in code, and that took, I don't know, 2 weeks to achieve. And then once it's achieved and published, the devs are okay with it. I'm okay with it. The CEO is saying like, well, this is a no. This is not something that we want to have. And they need to change the whole design, maybe adding the nav bar on the side and so on. That will take a lot more time. If I'm just here and I'm making sure that, you know, what I'm having here is just it's giving me exactly what I need, it's much faster. I just have the thing, it's done. Always checking if the grid is visible. And now I have the whole system working I can see all the small details. I know where things are. Can change the styles, play with it. I could change that to, I wish I could change that to the same color, you know. I don't like that. I know why. We have the buttons right here that are basically creating a layout shift because they are hidden, but they are still in place. Um, and when they are not here anymore, then we kind of miss a bit of space. So we might bump the headers. Um, that's a nice bug. That's a nice bug. We like that bug. Anyways, um, too much time designing in Figma, and then I go to Cloud Code and use Figma MCP, and it still sometimes do give some results. I have never used any of the MCPs. Um, I know they exist. I have been excited about them in the beginning. I basically looked at it when the term MCP was first dropped on my Twitter feed, and we talked about it on stream, and I was like, well, this is something that seems to be really important and interesting. We'll see where it goes, because it is basically a way for the LLMs and the apps to communicate so that you have one central MCP that just communicate with your cursor, your VS Code, and whatever. And I talked about it, but I didn't use it. And since then, I haven't used it either. So I don't think it's a good system overall, because the MCP itself doesn't necessarily translate what you have created in your words. And I know that's kind of weird to understand, but it's basically the MCP for Figma specifically is what Figma has defined in a way that they think is understandable from an LLM point of view. But if you are not trying to speak to an LLM, but you are trying to speak to Cloud Code, for example, as a junior dev or a partner dev or something else that is not necessarily like an LLM, then you will use different words. Maybe as a designer, you may have the need to transfer some sort of a feeling to what you're creating, and therefore it would make more sense for you to write the message in a different wording or different phrasing for some things to make sure that Claude understand what you're trying to achieve. So for me, the MCP has never been something that I've used, even though it has seemed like a good option. One of the thing that I have noticed is that it is easier to just go through the uh, like wireframe, rough design, first okay design, and done design inside of the code, and then basically implementing Figma in the last two steps. So if I'm going to this section and I'm looking for this arrow, see, Stony, that's the arrow that I was looking for. So let's say we are talking about that thing, and I want to create this, explaining that to Cloud Code or Cursor or whichever LLM you have is not the easiest to do. And even if you plug the MCP, the Figma MCP to cursor, as I said earlier, there is some issues with the transfer of effects, and sometimes it just takes one out of the three. If you have multiple fills, same thing. So you kind of want to change things here and there to make sure that everything is working. And it's way easier for you to just go inside of Figma and say, well, this is what we have. This thing is composed of basically 3 layers. And like the first layer is just I need to just keep that. The first layer is right here, the second layer is right there, and then the third layer is right here. So that's these 3 things that are combined together to achieve that. So you know that you need a shadow first. And with your speaking with Claude, you can just say, well, we have a shadow. That's the settings of the shadow that we need. On top of that, we have a secondary drop shadow that looks like this. And then the entire layer itself is taking a blur value or an inner shadow or something. And that's the output that we want. And combine them together as multiple effects on the same element, we get this thing. But if you just MCP that, it's a custom shape with 3 effects. And the MCP doesn't necessarily know exactly in which order how you wanted it to feel and so on. So that's a thing that I've noticed with time and playing with cursor most of the times, to say, well, sometimes it's just easier to just take a screenshot of that. And I have done that before. I've just been there, take a screenshot here, and say, well, this is what we need, nothing else. So for me, that's like easier. And then there are other things that you can't really do inside of cursor directly. So for example, these like kind of glittery effect in the background is something that you can only do if you have an image generation flow. And so that is only done inside of Figma. So I can't do that anywhere else. So the usual thing is I'm doing that image output, and then I'm just using that as an export with just the image, and I'm importing it inside of my sources here, and then saying, well, this is the thing that we need to have in the background. It's going to be implemented on top of the colors with a blending mode of overlay, for example, and then it reacts to the gyroscope of the device to get a bit of glittery effect. But that's not something that you can do directly inside of cursor or Cloud Code or open code or whatever. So yeah. But yeah, the MCP, I don't know. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think I want the local storage to also remember the settings that the user is in. That's going to make a lot more sense. But we saved that in the previous thing, so I'm going to just go there. I think we should also save the settings and local storage, so that a user that had selected a style stroke size, icon size, and color will come back to the same interface. We'll see. We'll see if that works. I think that's not a bad idea. Not a good idea either, to be honest. But it's not a bad idea. the bad idea here is going back to one of the previous chats and asking for something, uh, even though we've done something else on another chat. That's going to be a bad thing. While it's working, I'm going to pee. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. Everything got a save settings, which makes sense. Makes sense. That is adding a lot of JavaScript to this one, though. I'm not, not gonna lie. That's gonna piss me off. That is gonna piss me off in the long term. Also, most of the thing that I feel like we are loading in the background and saving inside of the system, that is going to be a big issue. Ooh, I see a glitch. Interesting. So it loads without loading it. All right, cool. I'm fine with that. Let's see if the performance of this have been impacted. I'm guessing yes. Oh yeah. Oh dang. Well, that's a lot. Okay, that's a long time for first paint. 83, 88. Better than expected. Which means it's probably better if we don't have any extensions. But we'll see. But yeah, that's the thing. 300 millisecond of blocking time is fine. we've seen better days, but it's fine. Nothing is really big. We have some unused JavaScript, which I'm guessing this is most of the NodePass thing. Therefore, if I go here and we, for some reason, just do that, you know, the usual, and lighthouse my way through an incognito vision, that was fast as fuck. Okay, cool. We might be good. We might be pretty good. Yeah, goddamn. Dapsy, if you're watching, that's for you. That, goddamn. I'm impressed by myself. I don't know what's missing in accessibility, but goddamn. That Got a. Background and foreground colors do not have sufficient contrast ratio. Background and foreground colors? Who? Ah. These things. Well, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I disagree, but I get it. Do I care? No. How much is it though? We are 4.2. 4.2 is still like a bit of a... It's almost a massive thing. I think it's using because it's using the text muted and the text muted on top of the brain, the badge, the badge color. That's probably the reason. But yeah, Chris, welcome on in. Welcome back. Hello, you. How was your weekend? Yeah, that thing right there. That's the count. Congrats. Did you know what you changed? Do you remember what you changed to make it go through? Yes, they are using this. I see. I see. So it's basically a text muted that needs to be brighter, or my background that needs to be not as light. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. I don't think I can check for contrast when it comes to text muted. Yeah, I can't do shit on this. All right. Yeah. If it's on test flight, please share the link on Discord in the design help section. Also, Conrad, thanks a lot for joining the Discord. I appreciate it. But yeah, no, share either in the self promo, even though in the self promo is going to be kind of disappearing. But in the design help, if you just do that, you will have access to good stuff. Other people that would be willing to give you some feedback and so on. So let's just do that. What the fuck is my thing? Where's that? Currently here. You need an account? Goddamn. Tickle, we're going in. That's a nice time for the black and white. All right, that's a good start. I'm not gonna share anything because it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it doesn't. You don't work. I'm sorry. It no work. We crash every time. Which is impressive that you have. You went through the test flight approval and everything is crashing. I don't know. But yeah, no, that's I think that's the best option for you so that other people can potentially join if necessary. That would make a lot more sense. All right, so this is working. I feel like that's pretty good. Most of the thing is working. I'm not sure about why the header doesn't really, you know, um, flick. Though that was the right link. Unless you have multiple apps on TestFlight, uh, that was. If you have, let me go back there. Not there. Let me go back here. If you have multiple links in the TestFlight section of what you have, so in your app there, in TestFlight, you will be able to get like your builds, and you can define which builds are available and so on. If you make one the new one, then you should be good. So if right now in the current TestFlight version that I have, you are currently on build 2. So if you have another one that is not build 2, so that is like build something, just make it available to us in TestFlight, and you should be good. That is supposed to be automatic though. And if that's not the case, make sure that you make your workflow automatic. So in Xcode directly, because you can do that in App Store Connect directly if you wanted to, but it's not necessarily the best option. Nonetheless, if you're here, you can have your workflow thing. I forgot exactly where they are. I think they are somewhere in the file. Or I will just search. You have the manage workflow section right here, which is in the integration. And then in there, you will have the ability to check your, like my default workflow for this thing, for example, is going through the regular environment, which is what I have, followed by when one of my branches is changing. So when my main branches is receiving something, it creates an archive that is for the App Store Connect, which basically do both the TestFlight and the App Store. But if you just want a TestFlight thing, it's going to be easier. And then in my post action, I'm sending things to my TestFlight control groups if necessary. So that's the situation. But like once you have that and that you have your TestFlight things working, you should be good. Which, by the way, I'm seeing this as if I'm probably making a mistake when it comes to my builds, because that is not supposed to exist. Yeah. Also, that crashed, which is fine. But yeah, like that's the thing that you need to make sure is in place. So if you have like another one, if you're on build 3 on your end, make sure that that exists. However, if it's working every time that you're building from Xcode to your phone, then try to send it to your phone once and then like kill it and start it without Xcode on your phone directly to see if it works. If that's not the case, then that means that Xcode is sending something and forcing the process to remain active when it wants to crash itself. And I don't know exactly how to fix that, and there is nothing that I know of that will be able to extract what exactly happened. So that's a bit of a pain in the ass. I can't really do anything about it. If that's not the case, you can try to launch it on simulator inside of your Mac. And that sometimes helps because it's considered as if it was a secondary phone and not a device, and therefore sometimes it's fine. But like, I don't know. So check that out. When you're done, you should be good. Then it should be good. It should be fine. That's cool. I like that. I like that. All right. So that kind of works. I feel like we should have something that is similar to the background effect that we have, which is currently just a shadow, and a big ass gradient that goes from darker at the top to lighter in the center to darker at the bottom. So there is probably a gradient that can be added to our background here. If we take a look at that, we know that this is something. We know that this is not what we want to have, but I get it. Oh, that's the reason. That's the reason. I get it now. I get it. Not that. Hmm. I guess. That's the easiest thing. That's the most AI thing to do, to add that, uh, you know, just that very much AI thing to do. I probably will at some point do the same thing. To be honest, shouldn't be that simple, you know. Ah, interesting. See it for a second. We'll see if that's something that makes sense. I don't think so. I don't think so. See, I don't know what that is. Isolation is not it. That's not what is supposed to happen. That, yeah, that's bad. That looks like shit. So let's go back to the beginning. How can I say that? Is it necessary though? You know what? I'm unsure now. It's really bad. I feel like I need some texture in the background. Let's see if a noise pattern is feasible right there. I doubt it. I think it would be way easier if we had like an image. What? I didn't get an image, so you know. We'll see. We will see. I don't see it. kind of see it. I see it in dark mode, but I don't see it in light mode, which makes sense. But it's sad. Yeah. I do see it very strongly in dark mode, though. Specifically, the difference in between the controls and the background, like you can really see that. But not necessarily how you want it to be. So, I guess that's gonna be the thing that needs to happen. Yes, 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 that is. So it is visible in dark mode, but not in light mode. And that's it. And we'll see. That's my, again, going back to the flow from earlier, that is the easiest flow, is one task at a time. And unless you know exactly that it's going to be fine and understandable. But yeah, that's the only thing. Yeah, that's still, I can see it a smidge, but it's such a smidge that I don't know. But it's fine. um, yes, true. All right, cool. Now the control header, that is sticky. We want its background to only show when it becomes sticky. And not before, so that it's not like that separation black in the center right there. It's going to be transparent, and then when we reach here, now that it is supposed to be sticky, having the background doesn't really change anything. It's kind of fine. So keeping that here is a good option. I don't know if that is something that needs to be like a transition, like a nice transition while scrolling. And I don't know if cursor is going to do that while scrolling, but yeah, we'll see. That's bad. It's a position-based situation, so it's just if the edge is at 0, then sticky, and then yeah. Cool. That's transparent, and then here, that transition is pretty cool. Not gonna lie. If I zoom in here to get that, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. Good with that. Same thing here. I'm fun with that. That's a good enough transition. Good enough transition. Let's keep that in here. Because the theme is done. I should do that in the CLI. I know. Okay, so that's pretty cool. The hardest system for me right now is going to be related to, as I said earlier, the paywalling of the icons. Right now we have the paywalling of the icon done properly through the simplest of things of when it's here, you can't really copy. When it's in line, you can select and select multiple and export things. That is an option, which, by the way, I didn't check it in light mode, so that's something to be checked. So we have that. The transition is fine. I'm okay with it. I'm a bit skeptical on this one for that transition right here, but it's overall pretty good and nothing to complain about. So good with that. I'm good with that. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Mobile is working. Everything is good. That transition is kind of the fact that the input is sliding and moving faster than it needs to. That's a bit sad. That is a bit sad. But, you know, we're good. I'm tempted though. Let me be tempted on this one and see if for some reason the lighthouse score in light mode is better. We never know. Because that is more accessible on top of white than it is on dark mode, so it might. It's less good. For fuck's sake. It's the grain in the background. It is. It is. There's no question there. That's the only thing that we changed. So accessibility was at 99, and now it's the same thing. These two have a bit of an issue, but like if we put it black, it's not as visible. So the only thing that we can do is change the color scheme to make it a bit darker than what it is. So that's something that we can easily change. And if that's the only thing, then we can change that. Cool. So, in order to pass accessibility CPD scores in Lighthouse, we need to make the style selector and stroke selector green a tad darker. Which, if I knew exactly where they are, I think it's just changing from Emerald 600 to an Emerald 700 or 800, and that would be way good enough for what it is. But right now, I don't know. So, you know. Yeah. I should have said in light mode, because I think that in dark mode, this is going to be dark. So I'm going to just do that before anything. In light mode only. You know. Specific. I think we're good on dark mode for this accessibility. It's a bit different. Let's see. Let's see. That is probably going to be way too dark for what I like, but, you know, I get it. It's green. That's all that matters. I just want to see if we can get the confettis and the fireworks in Lighthouse. That's all. That's it. I doubt it. We can. We can get the confettis. Well, Dapsy, that's for you. I don't think I can do anything else. Um there. I I think we're good. I think we're good. No, this one is just today. I just started working on this one off today. This morning we were at 42 in performance and 60 something in the best practice in SEO. So it's been something. I think I probably have one of the Lighthouse um, localhost extracts somewhere. Um, and we have one here, but it's not the one. That's when I started to change stuff already. But yeah, we don't have them. But yeah, it's been good. It's been good. That's neat. However, if I do that, I'm lying. Because 100 is only for the light mode version. So dark mode is fine. And also that's only when I'm not logged in with all of my extensions and so on that needs to be loaded. So I am lying, but I still got the 100. Anyways, that's pretty good. I feel like we are pretty good. I'm gonna just save that as a, you know, accessibility. A bit of an AC right here so that we have the thing. It's published. I get it. It's fine. Mobile is working. Desktop is working. Background is pretty good. I like the texture. I like the transition with the header. Not having any background right here and then right here. Just very simply switching. I feel like that's simple. It works. It does the job. Because after that, it's a bit of a transparent blur thing. So it's, you know, just a detail. That sidebar being focusing on where things are and properly going through. I feel like that's it's a pretty good thing. It doesn't go up to the wireless because wireless doesn't go past 50%, so that makes a lot of sense. But I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. For Stony, it has the local storage save, export as a sprite. However, one of the things that I haven't tried is checked if the sprite is not just a single line, because that's also a potential of the output. So I'm gonna just do that and see. It's not cool. It's not great, but it's, yeah, it's fine. It's working. Yeah, that's fine. It's just not at 0, which is debatable. having 8 points of difference plus the padding of 4. So basically each of them are taking like a padding 4 all around. So there is like 8 points in between all of them. So that's not necessarily something that we want to have. I feel like probably getting like a 0 point padding all around is going to be an easier thing to do in order to make sure that your slices are always going to be the same thing. And then are they current color? I think yes. I think yes. No. But they are 1 point. Am I currently on 1 point? I am. I'm currently on 1 point. So it's properly extracting the line width, I think. Let's see. Nope, not even. Well, you can't get variants from the site. You can only get the lines for now. So here. Just have one. Shit, that's the wrong thing. Download feature. In the sprite, we need no padding around each icon, and take the currently selected line width, stroke width, and color. Yeah. Did you have it, by the way? Ah. That doesn't go through into the system. Use current color and stroke width instead of using row icon content there. Remove the cell size. I mean, the cell size is supposed to be 24 by 24, which makes sense. And then everything is calculated column of 24 and row of 24, which makes a lot of sense. Cool. So if I get into my vehicles right here and I change my color to red, bright red for no reason, and then I export that as a sprite, everything is red, we're good. And I'm currently on 1.5, which means that if I'm doing this, 1.5. That's good. It's kind of tight though. That's crazy. I don't know why I have these things so tight at 1.5. That's crazy, but yeah. Also all of that. Ooh. But yeah. Does the job. Does the job. Ah. Thank you. Yeah, again. You have your vibe at the bottom, right? That's what I feel like I remember that, but no. I don't. Um, no, you do. Kinda. In some situations, you have some viable sets in some way. Um, yeah, maybe at some point I'll do that. I doubt it, but maybe. Maybe there will be an option where something happens and I decide to change behavior of what I currently have here for something that is a bit more user-centered. Implying, I think ISOCon has that. Did ISO icon? I never know. I never know. Never know. Nah. Bitch. Where? Who? You know what I'm looking for, right? There's this guy that has created this entire uh, set of icons that is isometric, that is called isocone or iso icon, and I never know. Right there. Why is it not? Yeah, isocones. Because I put the fucking. I put a fucking E at the end. That's my bad. That's my bad. So basically here we have the ability to get like different angles and things. So that's basically our 3-4 styles, kinda. And it has this thing where you can change the stroke width directly if you want to have these things to be rounded, less rounded, and so on. So that's something that I like as a concept of rendering and presenting and so on. And I feel like this is something that's probably going to happen as well. But in some department, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I don't really know why it is picking up other things. It happens since Windows made an update. But I don't give a fuck. See, this one didn't go through, so it's fine. But yeah, like that's something that I think could be a good additional thing to help. But yeah, that's good. I'm fine with that. I'm happy with it. I like that transition. Overall, it's not the best transition, but I think the transition itself is okay. And I still feel like there is a ton of stuff that could have been done in order to get like proper variables and transitions and things, but that's fine. Oh my god. That's fine. I'm fine with that. So I'll need to fix that at some point, and That is good. That is good. Good start. Good start. We'll see what we can do with this, but good start so far. Yeah. Who is live at this time of day? Props ended. I know he was live earlier. BitGamey's live. I can see that Vash is live. Where are you going, Stony, after that? I don't see. Liza is live. It's been a while. That's true. That is true. But yeah. Ash? Which one? I don't think we know that person. Do they speak? I see. I see. Well, go there. I mean, I guess it's always nice to see new people. So, as always, if you have a question and I'm not live, the usual thing is to join the Discord. That would be highly appreciated. If for some reason you want to have a good perfume collection and you want to manage that, use that. It's pretty good. And if you have many links and you want to share that in one go, use Band. It's pretty useful. It looks nice. Not biased. As always, if you want to learn Japanese, that's going to be the thing. And then the raid message is kind of broken, but it's there. Specifically, it's supposed to use the icons that I have, but it doesn't, and I don't know why. So, you know, that's where we are. So yeah, I still forgot to change the number. I told you I would just forget to change that to 19 today, so it's going to be 20 next time, but I think I'm going to forget again. I don't have to gift a sub to Streamer. They already are forever subs. And then now they are not anymore for some reason. I don't know. Anyways, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye.